rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your number one Chief Rock and Knicks Universe, main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show. What's good? What's good? Andios is first. What's good? What's good? What's good? Salute to Andios for being first. King Ribby is in the building. My brother, what's happening? Just Knicks is in the building. Salute, 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 salute. Salute to the chat. Everybody here. Man, it feel good to be here with y'all. Miguel P is in the building. Luke Skywalker Visions is in the building. Salute, salute. Salute, salute, salute. Yeah, man. Salute, man. Salute, y'all. It's good to see y'all, man. Good to be with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a good time chopping it up. Man, I'm not even going to lie to y'all. Real talk. I have an OG Anunoby state of mind right now. So I have a OG Anunoby state of mind right now, man. I'm really, really excited. Yo, hit him up is in the place to be. What's good, boss? What's good, boss? Hit him up is in the building. Okay, hit him up is in here. All right, I see y'all. I see y'all. Man, salute, salute, salute. Cowboy Bob is in the building. Salute. Salute. Let me put this. I got it. Yeah, let me put this thing in here for Cowboy Bob. And I keep forgetting. All right. So let me do this real quick, man, before I forget. Boom. All right. All right. So I'm in a OG Anunoby state of mind. Right? I want to talk about a few things tonight. First and foremost, yo, Marshall L is in the building. Marshall L, what's good, boss? It's good to see you. I know the chat gonna be busy. Yo, I know the chat gonna be busy now, right? Like I legit know the comment section is gonna be crazy now. Salute to Marshall L. And salute to everybody watching, man. Salute to the people that have commented and salute to the people that have not commented, man. We see y'all. Salute to y'all, too. Salute to the quiet majority. We see y'all out there. Thank y'all for being a part of this journey that we have. Salute to y'all, man. To the ones that support all the time, all the views and all that stuff. And y'all contribute in y'all different ways, man. Salute, man. It's good to have, man. Listen, as a Knicks fan, and I know I'm wearing a Mets hat, so pardon the toes that I'm stepping on for wearing a Mets hat. I'm a Mets fan, man. Blue and orange, blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Y'all know the vibe, right? So here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. JJ is in the building. Salute to my brother JJ. All right. Hey, happy birthday, hey JJ. Your birthday came yet? Happy birthday. Is it too early? Is it too early to say the birthday stuff? So JJ is in the building. Blue tears, orange tears, Lawrence tears. Oh, it's the 16th. It's the 16th, so I'm a little bit early. Sorry, man. My bad. Hey, my bad, bro. Hey, man, I'm trying, bro. Right. So I'm in a OG state of mind. Right. I'm in an OG state of mind, right? Here's my thing with OG Anunoby, and I want to put his numbers on the screen. I want to put OG Anunoby's career numbers on the screen, and I probably should have been better prepared. I'm not, but I'm doing this one on the fly. I had a show that I wanted to talk about, right? I wanted to talk about how the Knicks clinched the playoff spot and what it means to the Knicks to be guaranteed a top 6 seed. But I'm just going to slide that back a little bit. Just so that I can get the OG Anunoby stuff off my chest. Right? I want to get the OG Anunoby stuff off my chest first. Right? Let me see here. OG stats. OG stats. All right, so let me see. I bet you I can do this in a way. Where I can share OG Anunoby's numbers and have it be more like let me see. Even that's not. I don't know if you guys can see that. That's kind of small. I may have to enlarge. I may have to shrink a little bit. Okay. So OG Anunoby's rookie season was 2017, 2018. That's the Frank season, right? Right? D Block is in the building. Okay. What I want to speak to is this thing that OG Anunoby misses a lot of time. So OG's first year, he played 74 games. That's a lot of games. Second year, he played 67. Third year, he played 69. And then there was a 2-year stretch where he played 43 and 48. That's not good, right? That's not good. But then 2023, he missed 15 games, right? And this year, OG is on pace to play 50 games. So OG is on pace to play 50 games. So OG does miss a lot of time. Cowboy Bob. Yeah, Cowboy Bob backstage, y'all. Let me. Y'all know how these celebrities are, man. You know how these celebrities are. You know what I'm saying? You gotta play their intro and get the lighting right and all that stuff. Cowboy Bob is in the building. Salute, kind sir.
Salute. Good evening. Good evening. How's everybody doing? And good evening, Uncle Freezy.
Good. Good afternoon. Good evening. Yeah, man.
I'm here to hear what you got to say about OG. I wanna before I start jumping in because I'm kind of curious to see what you see in him.
Okay. I'll cut straight to the chase. OG Anunoby will win an award next season.
Whoa.
I don't know if it's most improved. I don't know if it's defensive player of the year. I don't know if it's all NBA defense. I don't know what award he'll win, but I have a feeling, I have a sense that he will win an award next year.
Okay.
That's basically what I was getting to. Cut and dried. Bim. There we go. I can take this off the screen now. Right. But what I want everybody to look at though is this. Look at OG's field goal percentage for his career. Basically, OG is 47, 37, 75. But the biggest thing I want you to look at is OG Anunoby for his career in his prime years. OG Anunoby takes about 12 shots a game. In his prime, OG Anunoby takes about 12 shots a game. And what I've been hearing over the years, Todd Barbie, you one of them. I'm gonna call him out by name. That's my guy, though. Salute to Todd Barbie. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Knicks fans everywhere. Right? There are a bunch of people that think if OG Anunoby gets more involved in the offense, he'll be a better player. And what I want to say to everybody is this. How about we have OG Anunoby just take shots within the flow of the game and bring in another scorer? Right? Like legit. Why Ty Barbie in the building? Salute. So my thing is this. Why ask Reggie White to play wide receiver? Right. Hey, Cowboy Bob, you like football, American football?
Yeah. Reggie White was a passer.
Who's your favorite football team?
Giants, man. Sorry.
Right. Why ask Lawrence Taylor to play running back?
Simply to tell you the truth, is something that you would do to just throw off the team. We know it ain't gonna work, but you'll just do it just to see if it would, if you really want to take that risk. But it don't make no sense.
Right. Here's the thing. We know Lawrence Taylor in his prime was a very big human being, a very strong human being, a very fast human being, a very quick human being, a very determined human being. But he was all of that on defense. Right? And in a situation where you need more offense, why would you take some of that defense away from Lawrence Taylor in the hopes that he could provide you something on offense?
It's because of the league. The league has changed.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. If for instance, why ask OG Anunoby to do more and then sign a random guard in the offseason? Say you trade for Trey Mann to give you offensive punch. I mean, say for instance, why ask OG Anunoby to give you more offense and then sign Trey Mann and hope Trey Mann plays defense that OG Anunoby can't play because he's playing offense, right? Instead of Knicks fans, wait for it, let OG Anunoby play the best defense he can play and then just bring Buddy Hield off the bench.
That's actually a good idea, but we don't think like that because when we see players do play well or have something outside of their skill set, we think that they can do more because to be honest with you, with OG, his defense, I wouldn't ask him to play offense. I'd just keep him there as a defensive specialist because, like you just said, 12 shots a game, that's perfect. Limited shots, he could give you 15 points, he's there. But we look at it as, hey, he needs to do more to help out this team because that's what we need. We need better offense, so we're going to ask him to do more. It's not fair because he's a defensive specialist, but we think he can do more because of how easy he makes it look into the flow of the offense. Like, look at last night's game. He got in and just was quick, 7 straight points. And you're like, whoa, he can do that, but he took advantage of the offense and then went back to defense. People want to see more of the offense because that's what they like. Me,
Right.
I agree with you. Keep OG at that defensive specialist and get you another guard that's a specialist in scoring. So where when we're down and Brunson's off the bench or we need offense, use that guy. But keep the core that we have with OG and his defense.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm thinking out loud, of course.
Hmm.
Um, why at weigh some one thing to help us in other areas when we can just go out and get a what kind of score you want? A 3-point shooter? You want a 3-point shooter?
Yeah, let's keep
Why not
that
just go
up.
get Buddy Hield?
We could, but then here's the thing: when we get Buddy Hill, is he coming in just to be a scoring specialist? Like it's a lot of things that you got to look at what you're gonna add. For me, I'm not just gonna add Buddy Hill or anybody like that. No, we're gonna make a good run because what we have now in OG is defense and the way he can just come in and be. I don't know what it is about him, but when he plays with us, he looks like it's like having a baby Randall. You have basically two Randalls who can attack, but one's a specialist in defense more than the other one is in offense. So for me, why would you ask these guys to go ahead and change who they are? That's like telling, hey, Randall needs to incorporate three ball more. It's not a part of his game, but it's good that he had added it to it. But we're wanting more from him because we're so desperate for a championship. We're missing so much of what this team actually offers. I know I'm missing out on OG's defense because like I said, last game when I saw him hit those first 7 points, I was sitting there like, yo, he can do it. He could probably get 20 points a game. But that's not his game.
Right. Right. So okay. So my thing is this. My thing is this with the OG Anunoby thing, right? With the OG
Hmm.
Anunoby thing, we're asking OG Anunoby to add more offense, right?
Hmm.
But let me ask, who's the reigning NBA champs right now? Chat, who's the reigning
Denver.
NBA champs? The Denver Nuggets, right? What if I told you the Knicks and the Denver Nuggets take the same amount of shots per game? What would you say?
What? Are you serious? We take the same amount of shots? That's the
Chat,
first me hearing that.
chat. What if I can provide you proof that the New York Knicks and the Denver Nuggets take approximately the same shots per game? And when I say approximately, I mean within a reasonable percentage,
Hmm.
right? There is your proof.
Oh
The
shit!
New York
Wow.
Knicks, the Denver Nuggets take 88.7 shots per game. The New York Knicks take 88.6 shots per game. So they take 1/10 more shots than or less than the Denver Nuggets. So why would we need OG Anunoby for more offense? And so one would say, okay, you know what? Maybe it's not how many you take, it's about how many you make, right? Right? The Denver Nuggets shoot the ball at 49.5% per game. The Knicks shoot it at 46.5 per game, right? And so when you hear that, you're like, oh my, that's 3 whole percentage points, right? That's 3 whole percentage points, right?
Hmm.
The Knicks are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the Knicks are 21st in field goal percentage, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you know you need better shots, right? If the Knicks are 21st in field goal percentage, you need better shots. Why would you ask a defensive minded guy to take on more of the load when you know he's a defensive minded guy? It's like asking Mitch to shoot more threes because we need more 3-point shooting. Do we really need 3-point shooting that bad? No, we don't. We don't. What we do need, Cowboy Bob, in my opinion, and chat, and just in my opinion, what we do need is not OG Anunoby taking more shots. What we do need, um, what we do need is guys off the bench like Alec Burks and Bogdanovich to hit more of the shots that they take. Can we get consistent scoring from the guys that were brought in here for offense?
Great. And that to me could be one of the reasons why our field goal percentage is low as well. I
What
was
what if Dante DiVincenzo wasn't as streaky?
exactly. Or Josh Hart, because one game you seen Josh Hart go, I think it was like 16 for like 17 or
Yeah,
18. You're like, wow, he could
yeah,
play. And then the next 4 games, you're like, Josh Hart don't even get 9 points. So
yeah.
the inconsistency of our offense to me is our bench because we stated it throughout the whole season. Our bench needs to be getting like 35 to 45 points. They need to control the tempo defensively. And a lot of our shots and a lot of the miscues are without when Brunson's off the court. So if we work on our field goal percentage, that offense we need would actually be better. Like if we take better non-contesting shots, the way that Denver moves the ball, we can move that percentage up and have better offense. But we don't see that because in the midst of the game, we just see, oh, he's cutting to the basket, he's doing this. We're not analyzing it because it's so fast paced.
Right. Yeah. Well,
But
ultimately, what I'm getting at is I think OG Anunoby is fine, and I think he'll be
mhm,
great if we keep him in that capacity.
yes,
I think he'll be even better if if he was asked to do less of the things that um less of the things he's not comfortable with, right?
mhm.
And more of the things he's comfortable with.
I agree because he's already nothing wrong with everybody gets hurt, but the fact that he's injury prone, you don't want to put too much strain on him by giving him something totally different. I agree with you. Give him what he's good at, let him rock, and then we can go ahead and run. Because if you look at Charles Oakley, you look at any of the guys we've had, they played very different when they were with us. OG Anunoby could be that guy to where you really think about it. Defense, he's locking people down and giving you 15 to 16 points on 12 or 13 shots. That's perfect for us. But the
Right.
thing is because we've seen him in Toronto, we've seen him do everything he's done. We think he could do more. So I really think that OG being how good he is offensively is perfect for us because who else takes shots? Brunson takes 20 plus shots. Dante, ball movement. If
Right.
you add another scorer or if you ask him to do more, that defense that we have or those stops that he's had, the way he's able to control Giannis, he can't have energy for that. The way he's able to slow down, let's say, a Tatum, hopefully, or a Brown tomorrow. We're not gonna see that. And that's how that isn't on paper. Everyone just sees the scoring.
Right. Right.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, and Snipe says, "Hey, salute to Snipes Entertainment." Snipe says that lack of scoring makes JB score more and rest less. When he has a dud, we lose. And so just for clarity, I'm not talking about increased shots in the flow of the game. I'm talking about shot creation,
Uh-huh.
right? So just for clarity, for full disclosure, I'm not talking about turning down shots within the flow of an offense. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when the Knicks need a bucket, go to let OG and Anunoby create shots and play make for others. That's what I'm talking about specifically. Right? If OG has a dunk at the rim, you got to take the dunk at the rim. That's basic basketball stuff. Well, what I'm talking about is when OG is on the say for instance, OG, Deuce McBride, and Mitch are on the floor. with Dante and Jalen Brunson. I'm comfortable with Dante and Jalen Brunson doing the shot creation and the scoring. I'm comfortable with that because Deuce can knock down open shots, right? OG can knock down open shots, right? Mitch can offensive rebound and things of that sort. What I'm saying is, in those moments when Jalen Brunson is off the floor resting, I don't want to see OG Anunoby out there wasting defensive energy trying to create shots for himself and others outside of the flow of the game. Now, I know we miss Julius Randle, right? I know we miss Julius Randle because Julius Randle is our other playmaker, right? Julius Randle can play make for himself and others, and I get that. And so I'm not wishing on a star that Randle can magically come back. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm comfortable with is more ball movement, right? Maybe utilize Hartenstein out of the pinch post more, where he can pass, kick out to the corners for three, or put up his magical floater in the lane. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like Hartenstein, when we get trapped and we hit Hartenstein right there, let Hartenstein make those Draymond Green, Julius Randle, Chris Webber decisions right there, because he has an A+ floater, right? And he can pass to the corners. And if you cut back door, he can hit you back door. Pause. This one, as opposed to clearing the floor out and letting OG Anunoby go 1-on-1 against Giannis.
Yeah. Because it messes up with everything. Plus, if you're expecting him to do more, it's better for you to just expect more from the people who have been showing it. Like you said, our has been showing he can pass with this floater. Let's advance on that. Expose the offense through that as well.
Right.
Because if you have an OG create, it's not going to help us on the defensive end. Because if he creates, misses his shot, they're going to have a quick basket on the other end of the court.
Right.
So
And
why
then,
add? Yeah.
right. And then plus two, Cowboy Bob, when you ask him to create against Chris Middleton or Giannis or whoever, at the end of the game, you've taken reserve out of his. Now he's got to guard them at the end of a game, and now Giannis is raising up over OG Anunoby, who may be in foul trouble now because out of fatigue, he's starting to reach instead of moving his feet, right?
Yep.
And so you have this thing where, did you really need OG to take those 4 shots at the end of the third quarter? You know what I'm saying? Did you really need him to orchestrate when you had Dante and Deuce McBride on the floor? Why wouldn't we just let them orchestrate?
I think he was trying to figure it out, because if you look, he took advantage at that time, did everything he needed to, and was breaking to the rack and was playing well. But when it comes to him actually doing what he needs to do, just stick to defense, because him creating his own shot throws everyone else off. It's a balance here that we have.
Right.
For me, OG is perfect where he is. He don't need to change nothing. I just need to see more of him on the court. OG's not just his defensive presence, but the fact that he can help out with rebounding, boxing out, and also picking at the defense. I really like that about him. And if we asking him to change, then we're changing everything about our team. But I think it stems from what the players that we've had been showing since injuries. Look at Brunson. Never understood how good he was until now, and now everyone I know is like, oh, he's the next MVP, which is asking more of him rather than just seeing what he's doing. So when it comes to OG, I don't think we really got a fair shake of who he was offensively, because a lot of times he was hurt.
Okay. Yeah, and what I'm saying is what I'm saying, hey, yo, Coach Malpica is in the building. Salute, Coach. Coach in the building. But yeah, what I'm saying is with an OG, right? OG is like, to me, the player that could legit be our Detroit Pistons Dennis Rodman, right? He could be our Detroit Pistons Dennis Rodman, right? And instead of letting him be our Detroit Pistons Dennis Rodman, why would we, ask Dennis Rodman to score, right? We already have a guard that scores like Isaiah Thomas anyway, right? We already have a guard that scores like Joe Dumars anyway, right? We already have guys that want to score on this team, right?
hmm
Yeah,
He's an athlete, man. We think that these guys can do anything,
right, right,
and that in itself is the problem. If when you look at OG's game, I'm actually grown. It's growing on me to the point where I think that what he needs to do is just contribute his game because it's good. And the thing is that everyone we're so thirsty for wins or we're so thirsty for success that we expect more from OG. I don't want nothing more from OG than do what he's doing because if he's contributing on lower or on lower shots and he's doing everything correctly, why would we ask for more from him?
right, right, right. Yeah, yeah, man. Honestly, I think it's fair. I think it's more than fair, actually, to just ask the scorers to be more efficient
Yeah,
instead of
because
asking the defenders to be more efficient scorers.
because if you honestly look, I think we're having that issue right now with McBride. If you look at how good McBride was earlier defensively, he was a good defensive guard. Now you started seeing him in the past like 15 games where he started shooting more of the three ball. His defense is starting to look a little bit sluggish. And that and a lot of people and a lot of the games, if you look at Butler, a lot of the games where I thought he was going to be able to shut down his defensive assignment, he wasn't. And he
Right,
wasn't looking as good as offense as well with his shots. He was pulling more shots quicker, taking more contested as opposed to taking a sidestep or getting to the rack like he was earlier. So for
right.
me, that change in OG is going to affect us more because yeah, he'll give us 20 points, but if he's giving up 15 points on defense, what's the point?
Indeed, indeed. OG and Anunoby is a difference maker on defense, right? Oh,
hmm
OG and Anunoby. Just the thought of OG makes the Knicks better, right? There's probably one game all season that OG and Anunoby played that we lost that we probably felt like we should have won, and that was the game in Chicago. The
Yeah.
one recently. That's probably the only game that we lost with OG and Anunoby. We probably felt like we should have won.
I think we only
Right?
have 4 losses with him. Like that's even crazy. And
Yeah.
for us to think that he can do more offensively, wait, why would you want that? We are winning with him playing defense, and we only lost 4 games with
Right.
his defensive style. Why would we not build on that? And then, like you said, bring in another scorer to just keep the efficiency better.
Yeah. Yeah. And even on the team, even on this team, this current iteration of the team, right?
hmm
This team here, instead of us maybe asking for guys that don't have the ability. For instance, I honestly believe, and maybe we can transition right here.
hmm
I honestly believe the player that's capable of asserting himself more is Hartenstein.
Great.
Right? We if Hartenstein can create that gravity in the paint, I think my belief is that it makes every. I think it makes everyone else on the floor better, right? Not because he's a skilled passer and maybe he is, but I think Hartenstein's presence around the paint with his ability to score with either hand, right? His ability to play make down there in the pivot. I
hmm
think that sags the perimeter defense towards Hartenstein, and now you're getting our perimeter shooters that much more room to get their 3-pointers off.
hmm and I actually agree with you on that because not just the way he passed or the way he can score. It's the fact of he's a big body that can move. I've seen him. I've seen Josh Hart cut to the basket, get stopped by the defense. Josh Hart passes it to him. He goes straight up for the shot, not even second thinking it. He can get into those little grooves where he's feeling it. He can get us like a good 7 to 8 points and get us on a run because I've seen when he came off the bench, he'll score 5 quick points.
Right, right,
So I agree with you. You should be asking more offense of the players that should have stepped up. Like I can understand McBride. I Heart he needs to step up offensively because Remember, he was doing like 15-game rebounds and all these other, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're not asking you to do more rebounding or more defense. Just
Right.
step your offense up. That is something we can deal with.
Right. Right. And so and Al, hey, thank you for that, bro. Al says, do we really think JB is going to average 48 points a game in the playoffs instead of OG averaging at least 15 to make up for the secondary scoring? So the number is probably out of balance just a little bit. So what we'll expect is for JB to average his season average at about 28, but then also ask everyone else to average their season average. When you ask Jalen Brunson to almost double his season scoring average, then you're asking for that one player to do too much. And to your point, instead of asking him to almost double his scoring average, Coach, what's good?
It's good,
How you
brother.
doing, man?
Hello, Coach.
How you doing, man? You good?
Salute. Yeah, man. Started a new job. Got caught up with the hours.
Yeah, man.
You got to have a job
B.
if you want to be with me.
What's going on? So Cowboy Bob, Coach and I did a top 10 countdown list on vibes and stuff, and all the feedback is like, "Yo, y'all need to do more of those, man."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, "Yo, you gotta relax, bro. Yeah, we're not robots, bro. We're people."
I'm down.
Yeah,
You know what
man.
it is,
Whatever.
It's because we haven't heard those people in such a long time that when you say those names, we're like, yo, I remember. And then we start listening to the music and we're like back in our own zone. So we're looking at you like the DJ. Like, DJ, pick up your phone on the request lines.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, so to Al's point, I understand where Al is coming from. Our expectation wouldn't be to expect Jalen Brunson to step up and increase his scoring and playmaking output by 40%. Nah, we ain't going. That's crazy to ask. And so the balanced part of his question is, why don't we just ask OG to just step up and give us 1 or 2 more points a game? Right? That right there, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, when what I'm speaking to specifically is when Jalen Brunson goes to the bench and we need facilitation, playmaking, scoring. Why are we looking to give it to OG Anunoby when he's not a natural doer of these things that are required? Right? It's like asking me and Coach to play wide receiver. Right now, I'm not built to be no wide receiver right now, bro. If you ask me to arm wrestle, though, I'm good for an arm wrestling contest. You know what I'm saying? But you know, how about when you have Bogey, Dante, and Deuce on the floor? How about allow them to do it? Is that too much to ask for?
And you know what? We know it's been in his arsenal. Well, it is in his arsenal, but he just has never really been asked to do it much. But very sneakily, so I don't know if that's a word or not.
We'll make it a word.
iHeart, he's been having these little double-digit games. You know, he had that 20 spot, he had the 18. You know,
Yeah.
Because we need, because sometimes the outside shot may not fall as well as it's been for us. And
Right.
where Randall, what we're missing with Randall being gone is some of that inside scoring. I mean, besides Brunson, you know.
Yep.
So that's where I think iHeart and Precious need to step up a little production to the scoring department inside.
Right.
And then OG with the he can finish sometimes, you know. But and honestly, to ask Josh Hart to do or expect Josh Hart to do any more than he's been. I mean, Josh is just like insert what we need this game guy, you know.
Yep.
So I don't know,
He's
man.
the Swiss Army knife that you need.
Yeah, so you're gonna turn the Swiss Army knife into a kitchen knife now? Like that's not gonna work.
If you're talking about the comparisons to some Pistons teams, he's like the what's his name? light-skinned brother, real skinny, tall. What's his name?
T.
Tayshaun Prince.
Wallace.
Yeah, Tayshaun Prince.
Okay.
Tayshaun Prince. Yeah.
He's our Tayshaun. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
But a better rebounder.
Yeah, but a shorter, crazier version. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I've noticed though is we're asking more of our stars than more from our role players. Like our stars are doing more than enough. When you look at Brunson, what he's contributing, it's more than enough. But we're asking him because he's doing it so easily. Hey, go ahead, he can do more. That's crazy because if you're asking him to do more, the support ain't gonna come off of from one person. This is a team sport. If you look at the role players like we've mentioned, Bogues, McBride, those are the guys that need to step up offensively, and we'll be fine. Because if you look at the way we attack with McBride, if McBride starts hitting his shots, his 3-point shots, now we're into something cooking because he's going to start being a threat. And that mix and match between Hartenstein kicking it out
Right.
creates also floor spacing. And we
Right.
also have, like you said, Josh Hart, another facilitator who's shown he can facilitate, but we need to use him as a secondary facilitator when Brunson ain't on the court.
Right.
Where's our other facilitators outside of iHeart and Josh? We don't have any really. So if you really look out, I mean on the bench. So for everything going on right now, I would rather ask more from my guys on the bench, Bogues, Burks, those guys, because if they come out and they can give us 5 points, 7 points, that's less points that we have to ask from Brunson. Brunson needs to just play his smooth game to where it doesn't affect us like how he's playing. Same thing with OG. These two guys stick to what they're good at, we're fine. But we need more because everybody's like, these are our stars. They're not like Giannis, where Giannis can just run to the paint and just dunk on everybody like for 5 minutes. That's what they want to see. They want to see Brunson hitting 10 3-pointers. That's not sustainable in any
Right.
league or anything.
Right.
So for me, I want to do less with my stars to where they're efficient more and have my bench just hold it down.
Okay.
Have we been looking at or discussing the seating situations?
No, we didn't. We didn't get there yet. I just opened with the OG Anunoby thing. I want to get there, but what I wanted to do though is I want to transition to the Hartenstein thing first.
All right.
Because the seedings thing is going to be the seeding thing. We clinched, so we can't drop farther than the number 6 seed. So we clinched the top 6 seed. We're no longer even in the play-in conversation, right? But the thing I wanted to talk about just briefly, if we can do it briefly, and just do this topic some justice, is the Hartenstein factor, right? So Randall is gone for the season, and he's not coming back, right? Our offense works. Our offense looks futuristic when we have Hartenstein in the pinch post, hitting people back door, digging out to the wing for 3, or throwing up his miracle floater. I don't know what to call it. I call it magical. I call it miracle. It's a great floater, bro. It's great. It's a great floater with either hand, right? But when Hartenstein does that, now guys like Dante DiVincenzo don't have to create as much. OG Anunoby doesn't have to create as much. Deuce McBride doesn't have to create as much. And Jalen Brunson, with the threat of Hartenstein on the floor, doesn't see as many exotic defenses where he has to break down with recognize the defense, break it down, get into his shot, create a shot for somebody else all in 24 seconds. Right? But with Hartenstein and the pivot, Coach, you remember when they used to call the big man the pivot? Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So with Hartenstein in the pivot, right? You can't run the exotic defenses at Brunson because Hartenstein is 2 passes away from making you give up a 3-pointer or hitting a floater in the lane. My thing is with Hartenstein is, and I'm going to sound like a Hartenstein hater, but don't judge on the first 5 or 6 words. You know how, Coach, you know how you start something, people cut you off and start judging what they think you're about to say.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So don't judge me on the first 5, 6, 7, 8 words. Just hear me out on this. Hartenstein needs to be more aggressive offensively and consistently aggressive. One of the faults I have with Hartenstein is Hartenstein against the Celtics. Oh, he came to play. Hartenstein, you remember Hartenstein against Jokic the first game when we beat him in the Garden? Oh, he came to play. Hartenstein against Jokic in Denver? Oh, he was there that night. My issue is, where was
Milwaukee?
Hartenstein? Yeah, the Milwaukee game. But my question is, where was Hartenstein when the Chicago Bulls beat us about a week ago? You know what I'm saying? You're legit. Your defenders are two of the worst defenders on the planet. You're being guarded by Vucevic and Andre Drummond, Hartenstein. That's the game you should have erupted for 30 and 17. Right? But instead, he was I'm not gonna say apathetic, because he does come to play every night. But my thing is with Hartenstein is, when you're playing against an Orlando Magic who's guarding you with Batazi and Wendell Carter, why are you not destroying these dudes, bro? When the Knicks played the Brooklyn Nets with Nick Claxton is 6'11", 200 pounds. Hartenstein, why are you not taking that matchup personally? Right? And I'm not banging on Hartenstein. Mind you, I'm rooting for, I want this dude to step up and put up these numbers consistently. It can't be, oh boy, I'm playing against Jokic tonight, I'm going to put up 20 and 13 because I have a personal thing. Bro, Hartenstein, listen, man, you got to go, in order for you to be considered a top 15, top 12, maybe even top center in the league, you got to do this every night, bro. Every night. And I don't care if Josh Hart's calling for the ball. Josh Hart's not a scorer. Josh Hart calling for the ball. Hey. Nah, man. You got Vucevic on you from 13 feet. Right? We know you can dunk on Vucevic. We've already seen, we've played the Bulls, 3 times already? You probably dunked on Vucevic like 7 times already. We know what you can do. The thing is, why don't you do it more often? Right? Is it because other guys are clamoring for the ball? If that's the case, bro, you already see the end result. You got to, you know what I'm saying? You got to put it to coach. Hartenstein has to be that guy, especially with Randall out. You know how people say, yo, man, this next man up. Bro, well, if Randall is down, and who else is going to step up? Who is the next post scorer on this team? If it's next man up, if Randall is a post scorer, and the mantra is it's got to be next man up, well, who is the next man up?
It's got to be.
It's got to be him, because he has the most potential, right?
Yep.
He's got more offensive potential than Mitchell Robinson. He's got more offensive potential than Precious Achiuwa. Right? He's got more offensive potential than Jericho Sims.
Bogues, Mitch. Yep.
I just think it's is it a green light situation or lack thereof?
That's what I was gonna get to. I was gonna say, I think Tibbs feels like, when you talk about dogs on the leash, my boy Bob used to say, you get your dogs off the leash. We're in a part that Tibbs would allow Brunson to get off the leash, but when it comes to certain players, he has a leash on them. So I think it's not so much situation when it comes to iHeart, because when you see him come in the game, we've seen him come in the game against Boston. He just go right to the rack, skip out the plays, just be aggressive out of nowhere. Where is that when we need it, when Brunson's on the bench? Where is that when we need it, when our offense is struggling? I think it is hard because, first off, you played well this year. You've shown you could step up offensively with the rebounding. You need to be that post presence, because that's what we were getting from Randall to create our offense. That's what helps out with the long ball. So if you guys want to say help out our offense, it's iHeart in the way he's able to play big in the post. If you look at any other team, that post present, look at Embiid. I'm not saying he's on that level, but the way that they're able to do dribble hands off, gives and goes, that can help out Brunson a lot, because that dribble handoffs, him not having a ball and seeing where he has to get to and getting to that spot at the right time when the ball's in his hands, that's dangerous. So if you want to help out Brunson, our heart can help you out by stepping up with his passing, stepping up with his offense.
Well, the thing is, I think he's always had a looking over his shoulder vibe going, where or he's always had to acquiesce to like the ball hungry guys on the team. And like when Mitch wasn't there, Randall was. So now that Mitch is back and Randall isn't, like I mean, if I was Tibbs, I mean, he might have said this to him already. Maybe that's why these last 4 or 5 games he's had a little uptick in his scoring a little bit. I don't know. But it's going to take Tibbs, and then really Brunson's the one that dictates how much iHeart scores, because the person that takes the pain away from iHeart sometimes is Brunson. The way he, because Brunson's not that traditional take it to the top of the key or the top of the free throw line extended and dish to a big guy. He's getting in that pain himself.
Right.
And iHeart's got to get out of the way for him, when he sets his picks. But, and it's funny, I don't know if you guys saw the Roommate show when iHeart was on there.
Yeah.
They even made a hint. They teased Jalen Brunson about his lack of pick and roll, passing out of it
and not passing the ball.
They made that little stab at him, and he's like, "Yo, that's something I got to work on," and that's the guy he looks off the most.
Right.
Who set more picks for Brunson this year?
Hartenstein.
And that guy. I mean, he's the pick. He picks all. He follows the guy around. I mean, he's like a damn pulling guard on the team. the way he follows the guys setting picks, and then like I've seen so many times he rolls great, but Brunson's like, I got it. I'm not gonna complain because a lot of times Brunson makes it, but I think if Brunson really took advantage of that, the roll out of that and passed out of it sometimes, that's going to help his shot too. Because now people, they watch film, coaches, they know this is the time of year that they're watching tendencies.
Yep.
They know that Brunson isn't passing out of it much. So Brunson's shots are going to be harder to come by. So, Brunson will probably be a 9 to 10 assist a game guy if he pass out of some of them picks he gets.
Right.
But I think that iHeart created that shot because if you give Brunson that spacing as he's getting to his spot, you'll see him pull up immediately. I think they practice that more because if he's coming off of that screen, like when he gives him the ball, he's coming off of that dribble handoff and he pulls up immediately behind iHeart. I think that's what they've been practicing.
Yeah.
But what I want to see more from iHeart is him being at the top of the key. I like him drawing out the center, seeing the floor, and him attacking at that time. Because if he's at the free throw line and he catches it and turns, I've seen him do so many different things from that position, and it's dangerous. But with Brunson, I think the fact that we have a guard that actually is a guard, we need to find a center that can play as a center, the big guy that can give and go. Because to help out Brunson, if you look, any team let's look at the Sixers, Embiid, and you look at Maxey, the way they play off of each other, we can do the same thing with Brunson. Not saying that I'm expecting iHeart to be the same type of scorer as Embiid. That's impossible. But the plays and the things that they set up, where Embiid gets the ball, you see him handing it off, and then Maxey goes straight to the rack. We could use similar plays like that because we have a guard that is fast, that can pull up and go ahead.
What guard is fast?
But Brunson, he's fast. He can pull up. Brunson can do a lot more than any guard that I think we've seen over the last 20 years. And him being that good, we can use what we've always been doing, which is trusting our big guy. For me, I think the Knicks' problems that we've had over the years is a dominant big guy like an iHeart. iHeart has the potential to actually come out into his own and show, hey, I'm a legit center in this league. Not just because he can pass, but because of what he sees and how he helps out on defense too, because he can block. So if he gets more into his bag, it'll help out everyone else get into their bag.
And I think he's more than capable, when he's playing at the top with the ball in his hand. And that's one of the positive things of getting OG back, because he can cut to the rim.
Yeah.
And Josh can do that. And even when Precious is in there, when he's up top like that, I trust, because that's one thing. I mean, I don't know, but someone else might have a different opinion, but I mean, to me, his IQ, basketball IQ is really high. Like, I see him like
Which play, Hartenstein or Brunson?
Yeah, Hartenstein.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Brunson's obviously,
Yeah.
But with Hartenstein, like, because he's like, I really like him. I tend to pay attention to him even off ball a lot, and I'd see him. He's telling guys what to do all the time. He's like orchestrating everybody. Hey, you come over here. You go over there.
Right.
He's doing that just as much as Brunson is.
Right.
So, like, to me, I mean, and you can just tell just the vibe. Like, I think he's been on a minutes. I mean, his Achilles has been bothering him for a while. And I think,
so is that a major? You think that's a major determining factor? The reason why he don't go all out against every opponent?
Yeah, but I think now he's had enough minutes restrictions here down the stretch, because even in these games, he's only been getting 20-something minutes.
Right.
You remember during our that nice run we had when OG first came to us, iHeart was playing like 35, 40 minutes a game.
Okay.
During that time. But lately he hadn't had more than 29 minutes.
So he's averaging about 27 minutes a game in April. Right. And so I just want to say this to Coach's point, right?
Yeah.
I just want to say this to Coach's point. So he's in April, he's averaging about 27 minutes. In January, he averaged about 32 minutes a game. But in those 32 minutes a game, now mind you, we blew out a lot of beat teams bad. So don't look at the 32 minutes as if it's 32 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A lot of guys were sitting in January because we were beating teams. We were thumping teams in January. Right. And I'm not going to wish those games were closer so guys could have played more minutes. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to accept the W's as how they arrived. Right. But Coach, what you know what I noticed by looking at the numbers while you were speaking? Isaiah Hartenstein, and when I say these numbers, bro, y'all are gonna be amazed, right? So Isaiah Hartenstein in the month of April is averaging 5.8 rebounds a game. In January, he averaged 12.1 rebounds a game. In December, at 29 minutes, he averaged 9.4 rebounds a game. Right? In February, he missed some time and things of that sort. He averaged 8.8 rebounds a game. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get these numbers right. All right, let me get these numbers right. Okay. Yeah. But pre-All-Star game, he averaged 8.7 rebounds. Post-All-Star game, he's averaging 7.2. But Coach, you know what the biggest number is, in my opinion? The biggest telling number for Hartenstein?
What?
Is that in March, he took 5.9 shots a game and shot 69.9% from the floor. So he shot 70% from the floor in March on basically 6 shots a game. Right? Guess what he's shooting in April? I won't hold you too long. Just take one guess and then I'll tell you the number.
I don't know, 60.
So in April, Hartenstein is shooting 84% from the floor.
What?
Right.
That boy needs to shoot more.
He's shooting 84% from the floor, but here's why that is. Instead of dragging Hartenstein up to the top of the key to screen for Brunson, which eliminates him. Once Brunson gets even with Hartenstein at the top of the key, he's eliminated from the play.
Yeah.
Right. That means a rebound at the rim, he can't get it because he's at the top of the key.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not a 3-point shooter from the top of the key. Right. So in April, what Tibbs and them did, and we noticed this towards the end of March, Coach, I don't know if you had heard us or not, but towards the end of March into April, what they started doing was bringing Josh Hart up to the top of the key, right, as the screen man for Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And what that does is, even though Josh Hart doesn't shoot the three at a great clip, he still shoots it when he feels like it, unlike Hartenstein, who never shoots it. Right. But what it also did, right, is pulled one of the bigs away from the rim and got Hartenstein right inside the free throw line for his all-star floater, where he could get that floater up against one defender. Right.
Yeah.
And so what you saw in that, like, and Cowboy Bob, this is what I'm describing. Brunson gets the ball at the top of the key. The defense forces Brunson one way. They trap Brunson. He outlets to Josh Hart, right? Josh Hart dribbles, threatens the paint. When the defense collapses, he gives it to Hartenstein right there when the defender is in jeopardy, and Hartenstein can throw up his miracle floater. And basically, he's shooting 84% from the floor on that.
Damn.
So now teams know they can't trap Brunson because we don't make them pay with long 3-pointers. We make them pay with a shot that is basically money in the paint. Right. And so what you realize, what you've been seeing over time, is now, instead of just running that play out of a trap, Hartenstein and Brunson are looking for that play everywhere. It's like he'll be coming screen, and Brunson like, no, he'll just point to the spot and he'll get it there to Hartenstein, and Hartenstein will get the miracle floater up. And for those that think this is false, notice the uptick in Jalen Brunson assists over the second half of the season, and notice Isaiah Hartenstein's field goal percentage in the second half of the season.
I think we have a lot of gems that are starting to step up. With that being shown right there is the reason why we need to get these guys facilitating early. Like, early in the games, get Hart involved, because you get him involved, it's going to be a different problem. With the minute restrictions, I just think that we get him involved early, he still contributes. Coach, that's a good take, but I want to see. I don't think it's his Achilles. I just think it's his mindset. Big period. Because some games you'll see him just go in, and regardless of what Tip says, he'll just do what he has to do.
Yeah.
Boston games, perfect example. Came off the bench, scored 5 quick points, and went to the foul line twice. Like, that's what we need in the first quarter. That's what we need in like the third quarter, to where when our offense is struggling, he's the one to create, to where Brunson can just focus on doing what he has to do or rest.
Yeah. Well, he's naturally unselfish.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, he's always giving someone else love.
Right.
So that's where I'm hoping. I mean, I would if I was his coach. Come on, man. Shoot the ball.
Yeah,
Like,
be more
go
aggressive.
to the rim. Be aggressive. You probably the top. He's got to be one of the strongest centers.
Coach, when have you ever seen Isaiah Hartenstein try to lay up the ball over another big? You never see that. You see Air Hartenstein, bro. The other game, Hartenstein got a dunk off the break. Hartenstein got a dunk on a fast break. And for those that, man, so what? It's just a dunk on a fast. No, it's not. So what, bro? Do you know how hard it is for a 7-footer to grab a rebound, outlet the ball to a guard that's 30 feet ahead of him, and then run full speed in the middle of the floor down the lane to get the pass on a fast break? And for people who don't know, centers do the most straight line running in the NBA because they go from rim to rim every play. Guards go from perimeter to perimeter every play. These dudes have to be in shape, bro.
Yep.
And they're and these dudes they have medical conditions.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't normal to be that big. It's because they got some growth.
Yeah.
Mutation.
Yeah, man.
I mean, they really do. They have a medical problem.
Yeah.
And that's why these guys don't. I mean, the Robert Parishes of the world and the Kareems, those are aliens. Them two.
Yeah.
Like centers don't do that stuff.
Yeah. Like
Let, let
what
me,
you see Victor Wembanyama doing, bro, it's a miracle he's not hurt already.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
The
for
amount of
every
times he's under the basket when he's trying to block
for
someone
every
and he's like
Wemby,
about to hit it with the rim.
you know, that's for Wemby that's come around. There's been the Greg Odens and the Sam Bowies and the
Bill Waltons,
the Ralph Sampson.
Yeah. Yeah. Lauren
Yeah.
Wood. Lauren, y'all remember Knicks draft pick Lauren Wood, 7'2" dude out of Arizona? Skinny dude, look just like Wemby. Same complexion, same body build, and everything. Right?
Roy
Injuries,
Harper.
bro.
Sean Bradley.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean it's and the thing is, like iHeart is stamina wise, I'm amazed. The dude don't ever look tired to me.
Right.
I mean, he's in good shape.
Yeah, great shape, bro. Coach, you know, I was gonna say just real quick, Cowboy, about what I was gonna say is this: if Hartenstein can be more aggressive offensively, I'm willing to throw the bag. But if he's one of those dudes that has all the talent that's not really that guy, I'm not throwing him the bag. Will I resign him? Absolutely. Right. So everybody don't get it twisted. What I mean by the bag and not the bag is if he doesn't show to be more aggressive, especially when it's a next man up scenario, then I'm offering him 3 years, 36 million, 12 mil a year. But if he is that guy that can be aggressive, step it up, next man up mentality, I'm offering them 4 years, 80 million. I can't go over 20. I can't go over 20 million for him because he's not in that elite category of center. Right? We all know that. That we all know that. Right? But the thing is if he is just a guy that can score off the bench, then I don't know if we should be trying to keep him here long term on the bag with the give him the bag, right? I think Hartenstein has found a home, and I think a home has found Hartenstein, right? I think both the Knicks and Hartenstein have found each other. It's kind of like love, you know what I'm saying? Like two entities find each other, right? It don't matter what you've been through. Like it don't matter that Hartenstein has been in 4 other teams. You know what I'm saying? Cleveland and the Clippers and Denver and Houston and all that stuff before he got here. What matters is if he's a perfect fit here. And if he's a perfect fit here for us and we're based off of what we need, then I say sign him. What do you think, Cowboy Bob?
I agree. I think that if he steps up, he'll actually be better off with the contract he'll get. Because I've heard on the show that Josh Hart, McBrunson, and them, iHeart was there. And he was like, oh, we're not. And Josh Hart said, oh, we're all lucky to have a bag like Brunson. And he said he'll even take a hometown discount to prove what he has to do. So for me, what I want is I want to see it. I want to see the consistency of what you're capable of bringing to the table. And in 20 minutes, if you're able to still shoot 80+%, we can use you in a nice little 10 minutes of your 20 minutes at the end of the fourth quarter. Like we can use you situational to where we can be better off. I want iHeart to stay because he has something in him that helps us out better than Mitchell. Mitchell can't pass as good as he can. Mitchell's a better rebounder and a better defender, but in this game with floor spacing, the defender doesn't have to be as good because they'll be more lenient to taking a 3-point shot than getting to the rack. So for me, if we can use iHeart with Brunson, oof, that's another kicker we got. Because if you look at it, Brunson, OG, like all these guys getting into their own, we don't have any problems. That's why I keep telling you, I don't think we need any other superstar. We just need our guys to step up from the bench. And another thing.
I disagree so much, bro, with that.
What?
Yeah, I disagree
Go
so much.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Let me hear it.
I think we say things like that in a regular season,
Mm-hmm.
But in these playoff game sixes that we want to win,
Mm-hmm.
in these playoff game sevens on the road, you can't depend on your bench when another team's third best player is Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
Right? You can't you legit can't say yo, nah, man, I'm gonna depend on my bench on the road in this game seven when the other team's second best player is Damian Lillard at home, right? And we're like, well, we'll just throw Bogey out there.
Nah,
nah,
I'm not talking like that.
nah, bro,
I see that.
nah,
I see now. I see your point because I was like,
nah,
oh, yeah, that don't
nah,
make no
man.
sense.
And the reason why, and the thing is this, for those that remember football, the reason why the Arizona slash Phoenix slash St. Louis Cardinals, whatever they were, right, couldn't win the NFC East when the Giants and the Redskins and the Cowboys were winning Super Bowl. There was an era when the NFC East owned the Super Bowl, right? It was either Joe Jacoby and the Redskins, Gerald Riggs, and all them guys in the Redskins, Gary Clark, and all of them was in the Super Bowl against Denver or whoever. And then the Giants was beating whoever in the Super Bowl, and then the Cowboys. The Arizona Cardinals were just as talented, but you know what the thing is with them? They would never go out and get a star receiver. They were the Arizona, St. Louis, Phoenix, Buddy Ryan Cardinals, all of them. They would never go out and get star receivers, right? They're like, nah, man, our offense is good enough, man. Our defense is good enough. And you're like, good enough for what? Good enough for you to lose 7-3? Bro, even if you only lost 7-3, coach, you still lost.
Mm-hmm.
Right? My thing is with the Knicks is of course we can't add anybody now, right? We can't add anybody now, but when the offseason gets here, whether we the NBA champs or not, I would still like for the Knicks to upgrade certain stuff, because the thing that championship contenders do that mediocre teams don't is championship level teams are always looking at how they can be better at being a championship contender. I mean, think about it. The Celtics are the best team in the NBA right now, right? They made major trades last offseason,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they were still in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They traded heartstrings, bro. They traded Marcus Smart, right? They traded Marcus Smart away, bro, because they want to win. And so while I love the Knicks team, I love the team we have. Some of these in the offseason, everybody, in the offseason, I think you have to consider making upgrades, right? Because you'll get an healthy OG back, you'll get a healthy Randall back, and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sure you got to constantly tinker with it, bro. Because winning championships is not easy. Winning championships is very, very hard.
Yep.
I was gonna say I agree with you on the off season because of the growth that we have and what everybody's already shown. We already know who to keep and who not to keep. But when it comes to playing the game, I don't think iHeart has that dog in him like some of the guys that we look at. Like we all know that Josh Hart got him older. We all know that Brunson is the Brunson burner, but I don't think he has that dog in him yet. And I think we are at a very good point to where we can get him ahead of schedule, like we did with Dante, like we did with a lot of other players. But the one thing is his inconsistencies question me to be saying that he's gonna be the starter, like the starting center for us, because he'll have his moments, but then he just fades off. That's the one reason why I wouldn't want to pay him his bag like that. I'm just saying if he comes out in the playoffs to where like in Game 6 when we were against Miami, it was
Right.
him cutting to the rack as opposed to Josh Hart asking for the ball. If he was doing plays like that, then I'd be like, okay, this is our guy. I'm still got question marks because I think that there are other guys out there that can do what he does that we can get cheaper. For example, Zach Collins. You get a guy like Zach Collins, he can pass out of the double team. He's really good with that, and he's a veteran. But the thing is you're paying him $11 million, and you know he has health issues as well. Would you go with him or iHeart? Most people say iHeart because of the age. But for me, I just need you to be who you are, and which what we need is a facilitator, guy that can set the screens, and a guy that can attack the rack. I don't think he has.
Just real quick to your I heart not a dog thing. I think Isaiah Hartenstein is definitely a dog. Coach, my thing is with Hartenstein, I think he's got to stop acting like the new guy. Right?
Yeah.
Hartenstein has been here
That
longer than Josh Hart, bro.
I think
Yeah.
Josh,
that's what it is. I
Isaiah
think that's a good
Hartenstein
point.
has been here longer than Dante DiVincenzo. Right? He got to stop acting like the new guy, bro. He a Nick just like everybody else.
And I agree with
So
that.
is that the feeling you get that
Yes,
Heart
that's
feels
more
like
the feeling. Yeah, that's more of a feeling. That's why I'm like, you don't need to prove anything to us. Just play, bro. We know you got it. But it's like he's holding back for some reason. I don't like you said the minutes restriction. I don't know his body, but to me, if you can go out against Boston and just take it to percentage, if you could go out and take it against the top teams, why aren't you doing it all game?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And for
Uh,
me, that's the only thing that I have against Josh Hart. I know what I'm getting. I know he's gonna go out and do what he's gonna do. But if he messes up, we're okay with it unless he gets kicked out of the game because we can make the adjustments. I Hart, we can't trust you like that. We need you to be who you are. Be controlling. Don't be the new guy. Like Unc said, be the guy that we see. Yo, this dude was beasting against these teams. Why isn't he doing it more? I think he's holding back for a reason.
I've part of I think he's had such a short leash for so long. Like he knows it's like he's afraid to make a mistake
right.
to me. Like and I know that's not the right mentality to have sometimes, especially someone that's you're hoping to be a dog. But sometimes play has got to play, man. Just play. And I think once when he gets that little vibe going, I think everyone else enjoys it. You can tell,
Right.
because they're used to him he's the ultimate cheerleader, on the team for everybody
Right.
else. So everyone wants him to succeed. So I just don't think even though he's been here for 2 years now, I just don't think he's used to that yet. He's still getting used to not being the guy that's got to prove himself all the time.
Right.
Like he's just waiting for the rug to be pulled out from under him because it's happened to him 4 times.
Right.
Like he was the analytic goat, for a couple of years coming off the bench. People were talking about him.
Yeah, he was a tiny sample size goat for a long time.
Yeah. And then and he was even told this by what do you call, I think it was Denver, not Denver, it was with Cleveland. And then then they brought in Claxton and and he said, well, what the hell?
No, they brought in Evan Mobley.
Oh yeah, Mobley, I meant,
Yeah.
And but yeah, so it's like I guess
Cleveland, you can't fault Cleveland for selecting Evan Mobley.
No. He was there and
you're talking about a backup center trying to prove himself, but then you got a generational type talent, at least you thought he was when you drafted him. You know what I'm saying? You got to make that call 10 times out of 10.
Right. But
no disrespect to Hartenstein.
I don't want to sound blasphemous and say he's still technically age-wise, it could be a Jokic Giannis timeline for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he might just all of a sudden explode and be a Jokic.
But you know what's missing though? The thing I'm gonna speak to it, man, and I'm gonna sound like I'm blasting Hartenstein, but I'm not. Pause. What I'm gonna say is the difference between and mind you, I'm gonna name several people at that 25 age going into their 26 age season. The difference between he and Jalen Brunson was Jalen Brunson held nothing back at his 25 going into 26 age season. Mm-hmm. The difference between he and Julius Randle at that 25 going into 26 age season is he held nothing back. The difference between Dante DiVincenzo and Hartenstein this year is Dante held nothing back. right? The difference between OG and Anunoby right now and Hartenstein is OG and Anunoby is an injury prone dude that held nothing back, right? The thing with Hartenstein, and the reason why it's a thing with Hartenstein and not others, is because big men and lower leg injuries don't go well together, right? If Hartenstein has a lower leg injury, bro, his career could be over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could be a trivia answer. Hey, you remember that dude the Knicks used to have, number 55? He could be that, and it's not because Hartenstein's not a good player. It's just that big men and lower leg injuries, like a big, like for instance, a young guy can tear an Achilles, and in about 2 years he'll be back, right? But gravity don't cooperate with 7-footers like that.
Right.
So maybe Hartenstein is maybe 70% of, trying to make sure he don't hurt himself before he get the bag.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Maybe that is the case, right? But my thing is it puts us in an unfortunate situation where maybe 70% of Hartenstein is not good enough for what we need when we're getting 0% from an all-star.
yeah.
Right? 70% is from a guy who's been a backup center his whole career, right? And helping fill the spot with inside scoring of a multiple time all-star, bro. We can't afford that, bro. You got Hartenstein, you got to go out there and put it on the line. And the unfortunate part of that is if he gets hurt, the Knicks are not going to re-sign him. Right? Right. But the fortunate part is if you go out there and you're 18 points, 12 rebounds the rest of the way, and you're healthy throughout the playoffs, now teams are offering you, instead of offering you 12, they're offering you 4 years, 25. Right? It's a risk. It's a tightrope you have to walk, and it's unfortunate. And this has nothing, and trust me, this has nothing to do with me being in favor of Hartenstein or not. It's any player in that unfortunate position where Hartenstein is. It's one of those. Think about Kevin Durant tore his Achilles in the finals, right? Don't you know multiple teams backed away from Kevin Durant after he tore his Achilles?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple teams. And we're talking about Kevin Durant at 31 years old. We're talking a 31-year-old Kevin Durant. Teams are like, I'm good.
And I was back when he was only like 220.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I was gonna ask, because of what you just said, how everyone, they just went out and held nothing back. Are we doing the same thing with OG and asking him to step up offensively? Like, for
Yeah.
Hart, I don't think Hart's offense, to me, is because it's not consistent. I don't think it's that great. I think he just takes a lot of advantage of what he's given. But for me, it's like he can make even more from what he's getting, but he's not.
But the injury thing is different. See, OG and Anunoby, we're talking about an elbow, right? With Hartenstein, we're talking about the thing that absolutely decimates a big man's career.
Yeah,
With a lower leg injury. Like
yes,
Sam,
but
like I know, like Cowboy Bob, I know you don't know who Sam Bowie is, right? But
I remember the name.
Sam Bowie was Kristaps Porzingis before Kristaps Porzingis, right? Sam Bowie was legit the 7-foot something dude that was faster than everybody, could dribble better than everybody, could jump out the gym, all these things, but he kept getting stress fractures in his leg.
Got picked before Jordan.
Yep. Based on him being Kristaps Porzingis in the 80s. If that man never had an injury, right? You might be taught. The NBA may have been told a different way, right? There are a lot of what ifs. It's Sam Bowie, it's Len Bias, it's a bunch of things, a bunch of different things. So the thing is knowing that Bill Walton's career was derailed with lower leg injuries. Yao Ming, lower leg injuries, right? A lot of guys, just because we see Shaq and Olajuwon and Pat Ewing and David Robinson walking around and they're pretty healthy, nobody's talking about how Moses Malone died early. or nobody mentioned. Yo,
Mhm.
I never even hear y'all say Jeff Ruland's name. Now, yeah, some people don't even know who Jeff Ruland is, right? So if Hartenstein is goosing it somewhat, I don't know if I can blame him, especially with his financial future on the line.
Yeah, and here's my thing with him. he can easily be a 14 points a game scorer.
Yeah,
It's all about volume because he's already shown percentage wise what he can do, and it's just him putting up the shots.
yeah,
Like there's moments where he doesn't touch, he doesn't take a shot for 2 quarters, quarter and a
yeah,
half. You know,
yeah.
because
Or his shots are offensive rebounds at the rim,
yeah. So like
non orchestrated shots.
right. So like it's not even about because he has the ability and he has he has the opportunity now. So it's going to be up to him and big boss man to say, go ahead. We need you to score, bud. You know, I mean, that's what it comes down to. Because Dante, as much as we all want him to be a 20-point a game scorer, he's just one of those get hot guys.
Right.
He might average 18 or so in the playoffs, but it's because he's gonna have 36 one night and 12 another.
Right.
You know, like I hope he stays hot. He's got the ability, and that's another guy we haven't delved into about stepping up. I mean, can we ask him to step up anymore than he's been already?
Oh,
I mean, this dude,
Coach, that's my heartstring, bro. I'm Dante DiVincenzo's defense
bro,
attorney, right?
that dude. What
He's
you
only
talking?
one out of the 7.
Yo,
He's the
I
big
just I
ragu,
can't.
the Italiano. I love
Yeah,
this guy.
I was just going to say that, bro. I can't even even good faith based criticism of Dante offends me.
Yeah,
Right?
Big
Like,
no,
Ragu,
this dude,
firecracker.
this guy. Look, I ain't just doing it because he's Italian, okay, and a white dude. All right, but it's just something about him in his game. I just like him. I like how edgy he is. I like he's got a little hood in him. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's from Delaware.
that Delaware hood, bro.
You know
I
what I'm
stopped
saying?
I stopped at a gas station in Delaware one time, bro. I was scared for my life, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Dante was more like on Villanova. He was the hood guy.
Yeah, yeah.
He was more hood than Hart and Brunson.
And Mikal Bridges, yeah. Yeah.
But like, because I mean, he has bounce. He can take it to the right. That's the underrated part of his game
Athleticism.
because he's such a good shooter. But man, he's a hell of an athlete.
Yeah.
Before he got hurt, going into college, I think it was, or one of his years in college, I forgot. I mean, this dude was dunking like crazy.
Yeah. And we even saw it the last game. Like,
Yeah,
hit a rack twice on the same play.
bounce,
Like,
bro.
yeah.
Now, sometimes he does some crazy stuff with the ball, you know, like does some weird pass. Like him and Josh both got them weird moments, you know. But he'll make layups and dunks like, whoa, like it surprised me. But then he'll miss ones like, how the hell did he miss that layup or something, you know, like RJ layup misses, you know.
Or at the
Sorry,
free throw
RJ.
line.
Yeah. And like, I mean, that's, you know, we talked about this last year a lot. Man, if our team just shoots free throws better and our shooting percentage is better, well, this just shows we actually are a good free throw shooting team. You know, and we saw what happened in the game that iHeart, you know, got fouled out and Mitch had to go in and, you know, they're gonna hack a Mitch, you know.
Yep.
We can't have that. Now, that's where Mitch is a liability. In this day and age, you can't afford to have guys that can't shoot a free throw on the court in the fourth quarter. You just can't do it.
And that's why I think that that's the problem with iHeart is, I mean, don't get me wrong, Hartenstein is a great player, but his inconsistencies is either when we're winning, he's playing great, or when we're not, where's it at? And if it is out there, it's only for like 10 minutes. That's what's scaring me about iHeart is I see that he has the potential to do something, but I'm not going to put faith in it because it's not consistent. Like you said with Dante. Dante this whole year has been throwing up the three ball, but everyone forgets he started behind. He didn't start. Grimes started. He didn't. They don't remember how hard it was for him to get to where he's at, and for him to step up. Yeah, he takes a lot of shots, and yeah, he may not be a 40% shooter like Stephen Curry, but he's given us what we need as far as our offense. I don't think we can rely on iHeart like we rely on Dante. Don't get me wrong, he can help out. But are we asking iHeart to step up like a Dante? Because I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he got that in his bag.
Well, I think OG Anunoby is very capable of bumping up about 4 or 5 points a game in the playoffs. He's got all the tools to hit some timely threes. He can finish at the rim. I mean, it's him. He's the right now because Randall didn't come back. The X factor right now is OG. Period. Because
But
everything else, we can't expect iHeart to score 10 more points a game. Do I think he can score 5 or 6 more points a game? Yeah. We can't. I mean, Brunson's probably going to average about 30, 35 in the playoffs. You know he's gonna.
mm-hmm. But I would rather ask those points to come from the team collectively. Like Josh Hart step up, give more. Let's say you give 5 points.
Hey,
You know,
let me say so for one, let me just say this real quick. So Dante, and I'm sorry. So Your Honor, I am representing Dante DiVincenzo. Yeah, Your Honor, right. So for one, Dante DiVincenzo is shooting 40% from three.
oh, he is.
Yeah, he's shooting 40%
Okay,
from three
I thought
point.
I thought he fell off because of the last few games. My fault. Yeah.
And secondly, Your Honor, Dante DiVincenzo is the record holder for the New York Knicks most threes
Mm-hmm.
made in a single season.
Yep.
Just want to throw that out there. And Dante DiVincenzo is not only shooting 40%, but he's doing it on 8 attempts per game. And so it seems as if Dante's taking 12 attempts per game, but Dante really doesn't shoot the three that much. It's just in certain games he'll go crazy with
Yeah.
the 3-point attempts because they're there for the taking. But Dante DiVincenzo doesn't force up 3-point shots
Agreed.
unless it's heat check time. And
But that's
and
what
most
I'm.
and most NBA players do that.
But that's what I'm saying as far as stepping up. That step up that Dante did, I'm impressed, and I think he can sustain it because he did that. But with iHeart, he'll have one game like that, and then you won't see it for another game. That's what I don't like about iHeart as far as him stepping up.
I
Okay.
guess we should have kept Malachi Flynn.
Because of the 50
We
points
gave up a 50-point score.
off the bench.
Twinsies. Yeah. Yeah.
Who Evil Dante followed up that performance with an 0 for 12 and 0 for 7 from 3 the following game. That's what he followed that up with.
Good one, coach. Good one. But
Yeah.
nah, man, Dante to me has been. I even think he's our next All Star. I mean, outside of OG, but I just think that he has the potential to actually step up and be a key number 2 guy on any team. But I mean, iHeart. I don't think that iHeart can actually do that. I think he'll be great for us, but I don't see him averaging more than, let's say, 10 points, probably like 8 or 9 rebounds. I'm
Your Honor,
sorry.
may I also interject that Dante DiVincenzo is averaging 5 more points per game than his career average.
That man is
So to ask Dante DiVincenzo to step up even more
nah.
might be pushing the boundaries of
Yeah, I'm
ridiculousness.
comparing and contrasting the growth, like the growth that Dante started with, as opposed to the growth that.
I wasn't speaking to what you were saying, no.
Okay.
I'm not on the opposite side of what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just adding information to the conversation. That's all.
But my thing is this, and I know I'm not a per 36 guy, and the game isn't played in 36-minute increments.
Right.
But when iHeart didn't have other responsibilities when he was on the court, and he could just play loose and score and do whatever the hell he wanted to do, he showed he can score in this league, even when he was younger than he is now.
Yep.
So he has it in him. I think part of it is he was whether it's a mix between a minutes restriction from above and his own restriction for not wanting to lose the bag. Because I mean, everyone knows it's coming. Even his teammates talk about. I'm going to keep referencing that Roommates show, but
right.
When I watched that show, they talked about all getting together as a team. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna be getting paid." Yeah, they mentioned that. So,
right.
And he's the kind of guy that would take a pay cut. He's done it already.
Who, Hartenstein or Dante?
Yeah, Hartenstein.
Yeah.
And we got, like you said, Villanova Knicks. These guys all want to play together.
Right.
That
can I mention one other thing too? in defense of Dante, Your Honor, if I may interject, that the Knicks will play the Indiana Pacers, or are scheduled or on pace to play the Indiana Pacers.
I don't like it.
And in that matchup, Dante DiVincenzo is averaging 24 points a game against the Indiana Pacers this season. So if there is a matchup, if this is the one and you want somebody to step up just for this series, Dante DiVincenzo had been doing it the entire time against Indiana. Right now, in the round after that, whoever that matchup will be, we may need to ask a different person to step up. Right. But again, in this matchup against Indiana, if things go the way that we anticipate, Dante is averaging 24 points a game against them.
I don't know, man. There's something about that team. I don't like it. I don't like playing them in the first round at all.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to, yeah, it has nothing to do with the old Reggie Miller Pacers or anything, and Rick Smiths and the Davises and all that stuff.
Right.
It's just, I don't know what it is. They just have a whole team of guys that I just annoy the hell out of me. Starting with Halliburton, it's number one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Trae Young situation all over again with this guy. Right. And I'm not trying to be a boo-hooer, but if we had Randall and all the troops, I wouldn't worry about that team.
Right.
But now, since they got Siakam, and now that Halliburton's healthy, I'm not going to lie, they worry me.
So, Coach, what if they would have played Philadelphia? If the Knicks would have played Philadelphia in say some matchup, Dante DiVincenzo is only averaging 9 points a game against Indiana in 4 games.
You mean Philly?
Philadelphia, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Philadelphia. My bad if I misspoke. I didn't even notice.
That's right.
I
think we played the 76ers
3 times, no, 4.
A lot of them were early in the year before he was really banging them.
I'm looking at his numbers. It didn't stop him from shooting, and he averaged 30 minutes a game against Philadelphia.
I'm not staying corrected.
Well, no. I'm just adding stuff to the conversation, bro. I'm just adding to the conversation, man.
Like OG didn't play the Pacers the last time he played them, right?
I don't think so. That was the one we lost.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that was the game we lost, and Toppin started off good, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at Toppin."
and then the other game, Halliburton was cooking us, but luckily he was on a
It was on
minutes
a minutes
restriction.
restriction. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
when he went out the game, we won.
I think that was the one OG was in.
Yeah, so like for me, especially now that Siakam's getting comfy over there, I just think matchup wise, they have enough guys coming off the bench too.
Yeah.
I think they're the only team like the Magic. They're not ready yet for the playoffs. They're just not. I know we have this weird thing with them in the regular, but I'm not worried about them honestly in the playoffs.
The arena that they play in smells like a locker room, bro.
I know.
Smell like foot in there,
I've
bro.
been in there plenty of
Yeah.
times. It's because
Yeah.
everyone's sweating because it's so
Yeah.
damn hot down there.
Yeah, you like, damn, y'all cooking nachos? Nah, bro, it always smell like
That's
Fritos in
Central
here.
Florida. We always smell that way. Everyone's always sweating.
Yeah, man. But coach, when I would say against with your Indiana point, what I'm gonna say is if we play Indiana, I think we sweep them.
Yep.
I mean, we're
May
supposed to.
I offer a reason why?
Please do.
I think the matchups in this Indiana Knicks thing basically go hand in hand. Like our defensive rotations and such. When we played Indiana earlier, we didn't have much Deuce McBride in those games against Indiana. Whereas Indiana's guards could basically maneuver and do what they wanted to do. Right. And I'm not saying listen, Dante DiVincenzo is not Swiss cheese, right? Dante DiVincenzo is a great NBA player.
Yeah.
Right. But in combination, in tandem with the 2 and 3 guard lineups that want to run up and down the floor, right? I think adding Deuce on Deuce McBride's defense on Tyrese Halliburton now is a plus, right? And then having OG Anunoby's defense on Pascal Siakam is a plus. Now, who is going to defend Jalen Brunson? Is it going to be TJ McConnell, who I'm a fan of, by the way?
But those are the guys I'm worried about. McConnell and Naismith.
Naismith and Ben Mathurin. Like
Yeah.
all them guys. Zeke.
Like,
Zeke
it's always
Jackson.
them no-name side dudes that be killing us.
Right. But
I don't know.
My thing is though, coach, is those no-name side dudes are gonna, in my opinion, they'll be wearing orange and blue, and Indiana will be saying that. Right? Like, who is this dude, Deuce McBride?
Yeah.
Where he come from? Right?
Who's the Chua?
Yeah,
he on the Raptors?
He ain't even got a real name. That man got a word for a name. I mean, those dudes, yeah, right? And then plus the combination of Mitchell Robinson and Isaiah Hartenstein together in the middle is I think because once you get beyond Miles Turner,
yeah, they got to bully him.
Yeah, once you get beyond Miles Turner, you know, they run Zeke Jackson at center. They run Sticks at center. What's the dude with the goggles? Jalen Smith.
Yeah.
They run him at center. You know, Obi Toppin ain't defending at the rim at all. Right. So I kind of like that matchup. Now, the matchup I would love to avoid if we can is Miami.
I say Magic, but
and not because I fear Miami. It's just because I don't want to trigger any syndrome before we get going in the playoffs. Like, I don't want Miami to be the focal point of our playoff run. And then in the round after that, we don't have any more emotional energy. Like, coach, you ever been in an argument with somebody and then they just sap all your emotional energy and it just make you tired? It make you like physically tired. Cowboy Bob, you ever been in a situation like that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like somebody just saps your emotional energy and you get so frustrated that you just don't have physical energy. I don't want to get into that with Miami, right? I don't want to see Bam Adebayo diving at OG Anunoby's ankle,
Please don't
right?
remind me.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the dude that looked like D'Artagnan. Hey, Cowboy Bob, what's the dude that looked like the Three Musketeers? The dude that looked like he want to break out the sword
The
fight?
rookie, the rookie.
You know the dude with the long hair and the
Yeah,
Spanish goatee.
that's the rookie guy. I
Oh,
forgot his name.
Vasquez.
Yeah,
Uh
Jaime Vasquez. Yeah, Jaime
yeah,
Yeah.
Vasquez.
yeah. Yeah. Um,
I ain't worried about the Heat at all, honestly, either.
I
okay.
am because of coaching. If you look at, I hate to say it, I love Tibbs, but when it comes to Miami, their specialty is coaching,
Yeah,
and
but if
that's how they beat us last
if,
year.
if we were equal or lesser, then yeah, I'd be worried. But we're way better to me.
The team that worries me is Orlando because of Jonathan Isaac. Like his defense for 10 minutes is like it's crazy. One of my friends, Mars, was talking about him like he's one of the best defenders, and I started watching him, and I'm like, his 10-minute stretches can really hurt you to where 10 minutes of his elite defensive and rebounding presence can actually throw off Hartenstein or Mitch if we have them. So for me, I think it's the Magic. Indiana, we play bully ball, we get downhill. As long as we don't match them for transition points where they're running down the court and we're trying to go back with them, we can beat them. Miami, the coaching. So as far as those three possibilities, to me, I would rather take Miami because Miami is that team that we can beat due to how our guys are. And I think it's a better of a challenge than beating Orlando because as good as Orlando is in my eyes, no one's going to take that first round serious. But if we beat Miami, now we're like, okay, we're moving forward because Miami was the one that excommunicated us last year. We can start off by beating them and moving up. People, I think about it. If we win to Miami and then lose in the second round, are you happy about it? I would be because of the fact of the matter is we don't have our full pieces, and it also shows that coaching and the adjustments we made over the season, we are better than Miami.
I mean, for me, even without Randall, we, we got to win. We got to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, man.
Yep, that's it.
Like
Yeah.
this team is too. The way the landscape is laid out with everybody else right now. I mean, we showed it the other day. Does Milwaukee really worry y'all?
No,
No.
once they got Dame, I was like, we have a shot. And it has nothing to do with Dame's skill set. It's just that for the player that Dame is, you need time to develop. Some players can just come in and play right away. Bronson is an example. Not everyone's built like that, but next year I'll be worried about the Bucks. This year, no.
Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, the only two teams I really am. I don't know why. Something in my gut is the Pacers and the Celtics.
Nah, Celtics. Mm, maybe
Obviously,
I'm being too forward, but I think we got a shot at the Celtics. Like I think we could push them to a 6 or 7 game series, and they have to fight like the same way that most people don't even remember about the Nuggets last year. The Nuggets' hardest series was against the Timberwolves. Like the way that they were banging them out and playing, but the fact that the Nuggets were able to win the championship after that, it was like smooth cruising after that first battle. Even though they won in 5 games, if you look at that, every game was down to the line to the last like 4 minutes.
mhm.
That's what we have. But we can win a championship because if you look at the dog, we get past that rough first round, we can easily start cruising. That's why I want Miami. And I don't think the Bucks. I think the Bucks we can take them in the second round. But Boston, I think we can take Boston because when Boston's three balls ain't shooting or they're not hitting above 50% or 40%, whatever the number is, they are very vulnerable because they only attack the rim to get to the foul line. As opposed to where we can control, slow down the tempo, and actually attack the basket with our post presence. With the guys we have. But for me, we could beat Boston. I just want to get over the hump of Miami because the second round, I think Miami will have our number again. Something about their coaching and the way they play.
Well, that's where we gotta hope by the time we get Boston that Precious Achua is in full rotation and comfy because he's got Tatum duty.
Yep.
Because he's the only guy that's built. I mean, because OG obviously is going to take him sometimes too, but we need him for Jaylen Brown.
Yep.
Because one guy, OG can't cover both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Dante is scrappy enough to cover him a little bit. Jaylen Brown too, but not the whole game.
Oh,
so
right. Coach, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm in a situation where I feel like this Knicks team is built for those matchups. But by the time the Knicks get to the Eastern Conference Finals, I'll be so excited, bro, just to be there.
Yeah, me too.
You know what I'm saying? It's some things it's not about. You know how sometimes people say it's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not feeling that, bro. And this one is vice versa for me. Right? You know how the philosophy there, like, oh man, take your time and smell the roses, take things. Nah, bro. Eastern Conference Finals a bust, bro.
Yeah, because last year, all right, if we took a poll right now, is this year's team, even without Randall, looking better than last year's team?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we have Dante. Sorry.
And that team last year, we should have beat the Eastern Conference representative in the finals.
Yep.
Okay. And that was the second round. Yep. We whooped the Cavs. And we showed that we were the better team that series, man.
In Miami, right? You talking about the Miami series? Yeah.
Yeah, the Miami series.
And people, I think people forget the reason why we lost Game 6 is because Emmanuel Quickly got hurt in Game 5 and was out for Game 6.
Yeah.
Remember, Bam Adebayo dove on Emmanuel Quickly's ankle, right, in Game 5, and he exited Game 5.
Yeah, and Randall was banged up.
Yep, and it's one of the reasons why we lost in a tight game. So if Quickly is there and we win Game 5, and then we're going into Game 6 up 3-2, things may be different.
Agreed.
Yeah, and then even if we lose Game 5 and win Game 6, I'm confident that we would have won a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden.
Yes. I agree with that.
So with that being said, even without Randall, this team's better than last year's team.
Yeah.
But you got to look at.
Okay, bro.
I was gonna say you got to look at the changes we've made this year as opposed to last year too. Like it's very unfair to sit here and say that team's better than this team. We don't have RJ. We basically upgraded everywhere at every position to where we're at where we were last year. So for me, I just think that we're the same team. We're just not healthy. Like as far as success, we're the same team that could have went to the Eastern Conference Final last year. This year we have an opportunity because we moved the pieces around and upgraded to where now we are definitely an EFC Eastern Conference Finals team.
Right.
So I think it's the same team to me.
I don't think it's the same. I don't. I think upgrading Precious Achua from Obi Toppin, I think helped us.
And then OG, we got someone that can lock down the best player on the other team.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then it is better. Like I said, the additions is, I think the goal is the same. Both teams were supposed to make the AFC, but with the upgrades, yeah, you guys are right. But then I look at it as people are saying without Randall. That's where I'm like, whoa. Why are you guys saying without Randall as if Randall
last
didn't
year
have
they were
anything
without
to do
Tyler Hero.
No.
Remember that last year Tyler Hero didn't play.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. Things about, and I'm not saying Hero is as good as Randall. I'm just talking about individual teams' key cogs. You know. Yeah,
What
man.
what do you think this Precious not playing lately thing is about?
Rest.
Okay, hope so.
That's what I think it's about. I think it's about, and I also think it's about ramping up Mitchell Robinson.
Getting Mitch his minutes in,
Yeah, yeah,
so he's
because
game ready.
yeah, because it's not just about Precious. Alec Burks didn't play either.
Mm-hmm. Neither
Yeah,
did Sims.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, so and quite frankly, of all the ones that have not gotten minutes, Precious Achua is the better player of all the ones that didn't play. He's
Mm-hmm.
better than Burks. He's better than Sims. If Tibbs does go to a 9-man rotation, I think you'll see Precious be the 9th man. And quite frankly, I would love to see some Precious Achua tonight. Precious and OG Anunoby in Boston Garden against Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Yep,
Oof.
we got to do it tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to practice before the playoffs. We need to run that set to see what we're going to
Just a
do.
little trial run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to sound so good. I can't wait to see that. I think, honestly, though, with what's going on with Precious, I think they're trying to show him what he needs to do with OG on the court because he's missing most of the games since OG's been back. And they only using him really much for the 5 position in foul trouble. So for me, I think it's more of Precious trying to see where he needs to be when OG's on the court and what OG does. Because the way OG plays his game, you can't really just sit there and say, "Hey, I know how he plays." Nah, it's so random and so out of place that you don't know when he's gonna attack, where he's gonna be, when he's gonna spin, because he's all over the court. So I think that that's what they're doing with Precious, giving him some time to sit back, see how to work with OG, see what him and OG can do. That's
Yep.
why I think Precious has been out.
Yeah. Or it could have just been Chicago was a small team.
Hmm. That is true too.
It, it could have just been a bad matchup. You know, could have been.
Yeah. But
You
what do
know.
you think with everything that's going on with iHeart? I just wanted to ask, you really think that he's worth that much money given the moves that we might have to make in the offseason? Let's say 17 or 18 mil. Let's say 18 mil.
Yeah. I never
Yeah.
said 17 to 18 mil.
No, I'm putting that on the table. That was me. I was just
Yeah.
asking.
If he averages 14 and 10 in the playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
you damn right he's worth 18, 20 million to
Okay.
me.
I just want to see where the bar is because for me, iHeart, if I see him getting 12 and 10 in the playoffs, I think that he's worth around 15 to 17 mil. Because it's not just what he's able to do in the playoffs. It'll show that in the big moments he can do it. He's just probably holding back due to either injury or, like you said, the rug being pulled out from under him.
I mean, I think we're minimizing too much. I'm not saying you and me personally, but we as a fan base are undervaluing what he really did for us this year.
Oh, which player?
I
Hartenstein?
are like
Hartenstein? Okay.
Mitch was gone. We did not have Mitch, who was everyone's poster boy. Oh, he's going to be defensive player of the year. He's
Right.
this. He's one of the top 5 to 8 centers in the league. You know, our fan base is behind their chest about it. When that guy leaves a team like us, who, you know, we're still one of those fringe teams at the time, but we weren't doing that great at the time either.
Right.
And this dude just started playing, and he's part of the group that kept us afloat.
Yeah,
You know,
kept us afloat is a good way to put it. Right. And I'm not dismissing Hartenstein. Listen, I want Hartenstein to be more assertive.
I
Yes.
agree.
That's just my thing, man. If you have the talent, use it. And I already know, and just to reiterate, I understand professional sports will wring you dry and throw you away. If Art Hartenstein gets a season-long injury, teams won't eat his cell phone won't even ring, right? And so I understand that. I understand that, man. But man, listen, when Mitch went down and at the end of November, December was up and down, right? The Knicks in December were up and down, man. They were trying to figure some things out. What's going on with Grimes? Grimes won't shoot. RJ's struggling. Quickly is inconsistent. And so I understand iHeart got a lot of minutes, and he scored 20 points. He averaged 20 points a game on the Denver Nuggets, right? I get that, right? But that January when the Knicks were scorching hot, it wasn't just because of Brunson, and it wasn't just because of iHeart. It wasn't just because of OG. It wasn't just because of Precious. It's because somehow we formed Voltron and it clicked. And it clicked, right? Everybody, there were some teams that we were beating, bro. Like the Sacramento game, we beat. So you could see Sacramento legit want to just call a game and walk off the floor, right? You could that Denver game where we gave Jokic the black eye in December. You could tell Denver just wanted to go in the locker room and lick their wounds. That's how come I knew they were going to blow us out. And I thought they were going to I thought they were going to beat us by 70 when we got back to Denver, bro. And no lie, when you beat the champs like that on national TV, bro, they don't take. So I thought they were gonna beat us 140 to 70, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the mere fact what did they beat us by 12, 11, 13, something?
I think it was like 12 or 13 because of Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah. And so my thing is with Hartenstein, I just want to keep things in a perspective. Like there were some games where he flashed and he popped, but then there were other games where he disappeared, and you're like, Hartenstein, what are you doing? You can't be like you can't. Cowboy Bob, you ever heard? You can't be a New York Giants running back, bro. Like you can't be a Tiki Barber running back. Like some days you out here rushing for 121 yards and 3 touchdowns, and then against the worst run defense in the universe, you out here rushing for 58 yards. And only reason why you did that on 17 carries is because you broke a 50-yard run. I mean, come on, Hartenstein. My thing, hey man, y'all listen. I don't know if you're a fan of Hartenstein or not. Listen, Hartenstein has to step up and be that guy we all want him to be, but he has to do that consistently.
Yes.
He got to do it. We all, well, I can't, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I want him to be more consistent of a player. like I want him to shoot. Listen, 84% from the floor is impossible to shoot for a season, right? But if you're red hot right now, why not keep shooting? If you can't miss, keep shooting. That's my thing on it, man. You know, I'm not gonna anoint him the next Sabonis, right? But what I will say is, come on, Hartenstein, man, we need more. You're the one that can get it. Dante DiVincenzo is averaging almost 20 points a game after the All-Star break. Or I think it's like 17 or 19, whatever it is. His numbers are through the roof after the All-Star break, right? So we're getting the bump from Dante, right? Are we getting the bump from Hartenstein? We're getting the bump from Jalen Brunson. His numbers are crazy since Julius Randle went down, right? But can we Deuce McBride after the All-Star break? His numbers are bananas. Right? Can we get that from Hartenstein? Right? Coach, we're just asking him to take 2 or 3 more shots a game. Is that unreasonable?
No. Like I said, it's not about if he's able to or not. It's just volume.
Right.
He just needs to take more shots.
He just got to take them.
Even if free throws.
Even if he makes, he can. What's his free? He's a pretty good free throw shooter.
No, that's what I mean. When you get those extra 4 shots, get those fouls too, because you've been doing really well with that.
If he shoots 4 more times, it only makes 2 of them, and gets to the line 1 more time.
Yeah,
that's 2. That's
5 points,
15 points a game.
That's 6 points extra.
Yeah,
right there. Just for making half of those 4 extra shots.
Yeah, and then in the playoffs, in the playoffs, you don't have to figure it out as much because once you find the weakness, you exploit it. It's not like you playing against a different team every night. You have to find a different weakness and how to exploit it, right? We know Miles Turner is not a rim protector. He's a weak side shot blocker, right? So we already know Hartenstein in those moments is not going to get his shot blocked by Miles Turner. Miles Turner is not a belly-to-belly shot blocker like people think. He's a dude that swoops in from the other side and block his shot while you're not looking, right? Like Evan Mobley, like Rasheed Wallace, right? So, man, in those matchups, you got to Hartenstein. You got to.
It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, man.
No more tenderness.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Not try a little tenderness.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's in his bag to score more.
Yeah,
we've seen it.
You think RJ Barrett would have turned down those shots?
Turned down.
Turned down for what?
Not only would he not turn them down, he would find extra ones that weren't available.
You think Emmanuel quickly would have turned down those shots, bro? Man, come on, bro.
I think
that's the only thing for me. Like I said, he just needs to be. I think because he is such a high energy big, and he knows he's susceptible also to fouls. I think he's worries about that too. You know, I mean, I don't. Like I said, I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but I'm saying like he's thinking too dang much, and he's just play, bro. Because when he just lets loose and plays, I mean, the dude's got. I mean, if he was this package coming out back in the center era, this dude would be considered generational talent. Like his skill set and his size, his height and weight.
Right.
They were doing backflips for guys like this in the 90s.
Yep. I'll say this. I think Hartenstein has found a home, and I think he's going to be here for the next 3 or 4 years, right? But in order for him to be the guy, I think he has to embrace what it takes. Now, mind you, over his career, that man's only started 40 games, in a 5-year career. That man started 40 games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he's still learning how to be a starting NBA center. Just like Jalen Brunson is still learning how to be a starting NBA point guard. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with his game, everybody. Listen, I'm not criticizing Brunson, right? I'm not. What I'm saying is there's a difference between when you're coming off the bench and teams don't game plan for you, that's one thing. Right. But when you're the focal point of a game plan every night, you know what I'm saying? There's a different energy there. You know, so the thing with Hartenstein, he's never been a full-time starter. He's a full-time starter now. So there are some things that he'll have to learn. Right. Like one of the things that you have to learn as a full-time NBA starters is how to pace yourself. Right. Do you so that you can play 30 minutes. Like it's one thing playing, if you're playing 20, say you're playing 20 minutes because Mitch was playing 28 minutes, right? You know you're gonna come into the game at the end of every quarter, beginning of another quarter, right? You know, at the end of the first quarter, you're gonna come in at 9 minutes. 3 minutes, and then you're gonna leave with 9 minutes left in the second quarter. Right, you know you're gonna come in right before the half and play like 4 minutes, and then the starters are gonna finish out the half, and then in the third quarter is gonna be the same thing as the first, right? To get you in that 20-minute range, right? As the starter, bro, you got the Cowboy Bob. You remember when Taj Gibson started for us early in the season?
Yeah,
and that man looked like that man looked like Coach, you remember that movie Platoon?
Yeah.
that man looked like a platoon stunt double out there, man. That man was out there holding his side.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Taj Gibson was out there holding his side, yelling for the chopper. No, Taj was so out of shape, bro. It'd be like if you asked me, if you asked me and Coach and Cowboy Bob to run 2 miles. How long y'all got? How many days we got to do it?
I got to stretch 5 hours later.
5 hours later. Yeah,
exactly. Man. Yeah, man. But Todd Gibson. But yeah, that's a perfect example. Like, how is it that Todd Gibson was so wearing down and iHeart is just looking like this? I'm really worried. I'm sorry, I was doing the Todd Gibson. I'm still laughing about that. I'm really worried about iHeart because everyone sees him as this great guy as far as offense and what he can be. I'm just scared that if he doesn't get to it, it may affect what we're doing. Like he's the plus in this factor to where I think that if it's him we're going to and attacking with him, we can actually get to the AFC. But I don't think he's there yet mentally. That's just me.
You don't like Hartenstein.
No, I love him. I just think, see, the difference between Hartenstein and Josh Hart, I pumped up Josh Hart because I saw what he can do and the fact that he's doing more
But they
than
play
what I
different
saw.
positions,
I'm
bro.
happy. Hart, I see him doing it, and I'm like, why aren't you doing it more? You're much better
It's
than.
not a mentality thing with him because he's got the mentality to do whatever he wants to do.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, he's got a governor put on him. Period.
Right.
Maybe that's why.
It's a scheme and coaching decision because look what the hell they've had. They've had a damn traffic cone on offense for the last 3 years before we got there with Mitch. Okay, right. I'm sorry. Besides catching lobs and dunkbacks, Mitch has got the offensive. He's got no offense. Period. I'm not talking crap about Mitch. I love Mitch. I want him to be on our team. All that stuff. I'll go through all the accolades of what he can mean to our team.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mean to disrespect him and say should be a backup center, but I'm sorry, he's not better than iHeart. Period.
Right, and the team was built different too, though. Right, so I get where you're going, Coach. The team was built different, right? And so the thing is with Hartenstein and with Mitch and with whoever, the fact of the matter is the Knicks were a 17-win team before Randall got here, right? Mm-hmm. Randall got here, they won a few more games or whatever, but when Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau got here, bro, they had a clean house. Like most of y'all don't even remember when Michael Carter Williams was on the roster. Y'all remember do y'all remember when Michael Carter Williams was a Knick? No. Y'all remember when Skylar BCA was a Knick?
Nope.
No. Y'all remember when the first Nova boy was here, Amari Spellman? No, nobody remembers that stuff. The fact is that the team has been changing and morphing over the years. And so what worked with certain teams doesn't work for other teams. Right? Where we are right now, especially with Randall out, Hartenstein has to be the guy, bro. Hartenstein has to be the guy. Now, with that said, Hartenstein got to step up, bro, because if he's out there with a governor on, isn't he the same thing as Mitch?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You said it. Thank you.
Yeah, right. But that's not his choice. What are you thanking him for?
No, because he's saying your job is to step up. You better than Mitchell, but yet still when Randall goes down, you don't step up.
If he's told, no, don't shoot that. Give it back to
what I'm saying is what I'm saying is every coach that has ever breathed breath, says no to certain plays until they see it work consistently.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No, don't hit. No, what are you cutting back for? Oh, it's a touchdown. Good job.
You know who controls how much iHeart goes off? Our savior, Jalen Brunson. He's the one that's going to be like, there you go. That the extra 3 or 4 shots a game for him are going to be from Brunson from passing him the ball.
Right. And yeah, and some of the stuff Brunson has to figure out. some of the stuff iHeart has to learn how to play with Brunson in this newfound role. Right. That's my thoughts on it. My thoughts on it is a coach is gonna allow you to do what's successful. If you're not successful at something, he ain't gonna let you do it, bro. We ain't got time for it, especially when the fans, every time Tibbs get in front of the fans are grilling him. Yo, why you lost this game? Well, I kind of wanted iHeart to test out his threes against. We lost. You know what I'm saying? It's one of them things. Fans are fickle, bro. Like legit. When Obi was shooting threes and Hartenstein hit one, right? We messed around and lost the game, and you hadn't seen Hartenstein shooting threes since. This was last year, right? And my thing is if it's work in our media, bro, in our media market, if you do some things, bro, when for instance, when we were on that 3-game losing streak, bro, Cats was like, yo, I don't know if I want Tibbs to even be here.
Yo.
What's up, boss?
Salute, Freezy. Salute, Coach. Salute, Bob. Salute to the chat.
There's the two guys.
I wanted to piggyback off of Coach's point. How much is it that we're kind of not showing what we're gonna do in the playoffs at that point as well? Because I feel like yes, we are exhibiting. Like, for example, we did something that we may not have seen before underneath Tibbs. We saw like Hartenstein get the ball, I guess not at the pinch post, but near the elbow, and they were running split cuts with with Brunson and OG,
right?
Like we were the damn Warriors or something,
right?
And but we were utilizing Hartenstein's skill set and Brunson's ability to play off ball in a similar way that the Warriors would, and some of that has to go on coaching and developing chemistry over the course of the season. Some of that is like, yes, you can put a guy in position to thrive, but chemistry has to be built. Like if you look across the league with these stars, Jokic didn't just play with Murray and figure it out the first year or even the second year. Like it takes reps, it takes months, it takes years, and maybe and I think like this is only really the beginning with Hartenstein if we bring him back. The Hartenstein that we have right now is not going to be the Hartenstein that we have going forward or into next year or even into the playoffs. His confidence is going to continue to grow if we keep utilizing him to his strengths. And I think we're opening up the playbook a little bit more for him. Now, some of it has to be on him. So on the onus has to be on him as well. Like there have been times you've seen him catch the ball at the free throw line, and he could literally take a 15-foot jumper, but he rather put the ball on the floor, get to a floater, get to a pass. I think it's being comfortable. Some of that is him being comfortable within his game and not overstepping his bounds because Tibbs is a curmudgeon at times. Like as soon as he does something that's out of character or that's something that's not really expected from Tibbs,
right?
It and it doesn't work. He's gonna hear it. Not every player reacts to that ire
right
the same way.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd rather play close, rather play. I feel like when I watch him play, he'd rather go to his comfort moves, his pet moves, and not do too much and not add too much unless it's needed. And if it's not needed, he's just gonna play 4-on-3 coming downhill in the short roll. He's not going to look to do anything more than either get the floater off or at sometimes be aggressive and play bully ball and get right to the rim because he is a 7 foot 260 pound man. It's mobile. Sometimes it gets him in trouble, but for the most part, he usually makes the right decision. The only time I've ever seen him make the wrong decision in terms of like going right to the rim is Wemby. Wemby caught. I don't know if you remember this play, Freezy, but he tried to be aggressive, and Wemby caught him and caught a charge. Wemby's going to be a problem defensively. His IQ is just ridiculous.
He all right.
Yeah. Freezy guy. I told you. I mean, I don't even have to do that. Like he's generational. That's a
He
whole
all
nother
right.
topic.
That San Antonio game, bro. You can throw that tape out of a 10-story window, bro, because they were giving
Everyone,
San Antonio
everyone other than Brunson was trash to me. Freezy.
right. But what I'm saying, what I'm talking about is the officiating.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
The officiating in that game was the clearest case of Victor Wembanyama is the next guy, and he gonna start getting those calls early. The jump ball violation that they called on Mitchell Robinson when
Mm-hmm.
Wemby is the one that pushed Mitchell Robinson. Come on, bro.
I was more upset at like the ticky tack calls. Like
Yeah,
if you're not allowed to be physical with Wembanyama, then what chance do you stand?
right.
Like if you're gonna make it a finesse game with a guy that's 7'4" and mobile, then what can you do? Like they put a forearm on him, they call
Yeah. Can you just
it.
even? How about call it even?
It even if you call it even, it's just he's learned how to flop. Like the first half of the season, he and to now he's learned how superstars get calls, and he's leaning all the way into it. So anytime you show any type of aggressiveness or strength towards him, he'll start flailing. And he knows how to flail. So it becomes hard when yes, I think there was a terrible refs that night, and there was a bias, but he knows how to sell a call. So even if there's any doubt within the refs, he's gonna make sure he sells it, and he's well on his way.
Yeah, he all right. He'll be
And
good.
Dre, I was gonna say, Dre, you basically said what I was trying to say, but you said it a lot better about iHeart. The fact that it's like it seems like whether it's coaching or whatever, something's holding him back. And for me, if you're gonna be this player that everyone has been saying that you are throughout the season because you stepped up, you have to do it consecutively. So you can change the mind of the coach. Because if you're not changing the mind of the coach, how are you going to change the mind of the fans, or how are you going to change the minds of the actual players that you're playing with?
In my mind, I think he still has a bench player's mentality
Yeah, that's
at
what I'm
times,
saying. Yes.
and sometimes it's like you got to snap out of it. Like, bro, you're a starting center on a playoff team.
Yep. And you're looking for a bag this year. You should be balling like.
He's gonna get the bag regardless. If it ain't from
No,
us,
but what I'm
you know.
saying is this should be your big contract because you've been bounced around. People overlook you and they still call you a backup center. This is your time now, especially with this Knicks team. We need you to step up, and if you do your job, it's not even about the bag; it's what it will do for for your career. Because if you step out and do what you do, how many games have we seen guys do great games and they'll still be considered one of the best? Like I hear people saying, "Oh, John Wall was a great point guard," and I'm like, he only had a few games. Or same thing with Dame. That's why I think that he's limited. He limits his own self because as good as he is, he can be so much better. And think about it: a center that gives you a double double and can pass and facilitate. He has that in him, but he's just not so much lazy. But he's like scared. And for you to be a guy that actually is in this league, you can't be scared.
But this is the thing. Like we kind of already know what he has in his bag and what he's averse to doing. Like he came to the Knicks shooting threes.
Hmm.
I think he's taken like one or two threes this entire season. Like I think when he listens to Tibbs, he goes and just completely simplifies his game. and just goes to what's comfortable and what's comfortable for him and Tibbs at the same time. But at a certain after a certain point, you gotta uh spread your wings.
Yeah, at
I'm
some
like,
point,
you
that man.
belong here.
Let me interject something, man. The whole thing about Hartenstein is against Victor Wembanyama. I watched the game, bro. I watched it. I saw it with my own two eyes, bro. I saw Hartenstein being intimidated by Victor Wembanyama. I saw it, bro. I saw Wembanyama doing stuff in the paint with Hartenstein down there, right? And I saw Hartenstein look like he was outmatched. Not the fact that he was outmatched, but he looked like he knew he was outmatched. And to be an NBA starter, you can't ever step on the floor with that mindset. Mitchell
But
Yes.
Robinson off the bench came in. Mitchell Robinson came in, and I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it seemed like Mitchell Robinson came off the bench like gangbusters, and Mitch got like 8 points and like 15 rebounds in less minutes against the same dude.
here's why, Freezy. Remember, at the beginning of the game, he got two ticky tack calls just playing his normal physical brand of basketball against Wemby. You got to remember that. And when you get two quick fouls on a center, that neuters a lot of centers. That neuters a lot of centers.
Okay,
He
Dre,
got
Dre,
two.
I,
Freezy, he got two
Dre.
fouls
The
for
foul
the
thing,
game.
I get it. We like building in excuses for
Yeah.
Hartenstein, bro. That man still played 28 minutes.
Yep. And
And
look at
he should have
look at
played more.
OG. Look at OG. OG last game had 4 fouls
Wait, wait,
by
wait,
the
wait,
end
wait,
of the
wait,
first
wait.
half.
Let's stay a little bit on the Wembanyama thing, though.
Oh no, that's what I was saying on. I was just saying, look at how you guys can make the adjustment. He had those 4 fouls. He still played well with it after that. Why isn't iHeart doing the same thing? He had 2 ticky tack fouls earlier. Why did he make the adjustment with his IQ to go ahead and play better?
Yeah,
That's what I was
he
bringing up.
did, but he made the adjustment in game, and I'm gonna give him credit. But what I'm saying to you is, as a starter in the NBA, you should never be intimidated by another team's starter, even a rookie. This dude was playing against a rookie, bro. What I'm saying is, in these moments, Hartenstein, at the end of the day, whether the machine is behind Wemby, whether the referees always favors the Spurs and Popovich and them, regardless of what, no matter what excuse we make, Hartenstein is a seasoned veteran playing against a rookie starting center in the NBA. Right? Y'all can't tell me that Victor Wembanyama knows more about being an NBA center than Hartenstein, bro. I just can't. I can't accept that, bro. I just can't.
Freezy, that's like saying Luca coming in first year dominant, immediately dominant isn't like better than someone that's been in the league at small forward for 5 or 6 years. I mean, like everybody doesn't learn the game at the same pace. Everybody doesn't have that inherent feel or has the ability to
I don't think you heard what
pick up NBA
I don't think you
culture.
heard what I was. I don't think you heard me, bro.
I heard what you were saying. You were like, "There's no way Wemby knows how to play center in the league better than a veteran, right?"
No, what I'm saying, no. What the point that I was getting at is, you can't be a starting center in the league thinking that a guy is better than you off the rip, especially a rookie. Bro, if you're Hartenstein and you think off rip that Wemby is better than you, then we don't need you. What are you here for? Mitch came right off the bench and got like 8 points and 15 rebounds in less minutes against the same dude. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look up the box score real quick.
I'm pretty sure though, Freezy, Wemby's minutes didn't completely coincide with Mitch's. A lot of those minutes, and you got to remember, Precious Achua played terribly that game. We played him at the 5 some that game
You know why he played at the 5, right?
because Hartenstein got in foul trouble,
Trash. Hartenstein was trash.
and so was Precious. Precious was terrible that game too.
So Victor Wembanyama in that game had 40 points, 20 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and a block. right? Right. With all that stuff, he was still a +1, right? And Victor Wembanyama, a dude that's 7'4", played 38 minutes, 38 out of a possible 53 minutes, right? Isaiah Hartenstein in that same game, 53 minutes, right? 28 minutes. He was 3 of 7 from the floor, missed a free throw, 4 rebounds. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. We gotta have. If you're a fan of Hartenstein, you need Hartenstein to stay. Wembanyama is a rookie center, regardless of what we say. He could be the second coming of Shaquille O'Neal. He's still a rookie center, bro. Hartenstein, this is his 5th season or 6th season. I'm sorry, he's got 5 seasons in the league already. If you're Hartenstein, there's no way. That's like Paul George letting Brandon Miller cook him.
But you know the real reason we lost though, like the Precious Achua minutes, we lost those minutes by 30 points in 15 minutes. Like, you know how hard that is to do. Like, every minute we lost by 2 points when he was on the court. It was just a bad matchup for him. And that's the real reason we lost that game, not really Hartenstein. Mitch did his part, but the precious minutes at the 5 was really rough. Like, it's very hard for a guy to have a +20 in Jalen Brunson and to play the majority of the minutes of the game and lose. And we lost those minutes when we went to the bench. That's legitimately what happened that game. And Dante had a terrible game as well,
right?
Individually.
Bro, I'm not speaking to that stuff. I'm talking about Isaiah Hartenstein, his individual matchup against a rookie center.
Yeah, but he had a poo game. That's fine, but I don't think it was just strictly because of Wemby.
He caught a charge and a ticky-tack call like 5 seconds into the game, and he had 0 rhythm after that.
But then how could you be a beast against guys like other teams like Jokic or where we go against?
Well, that's why I'm saying he just had a bad game. It just happened to be when Wemby was there, and it was bad timing because we needed to win.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. Yes and no. Like, I understand Freezy's point where like you can't have this mentality that Wemby's better than you, right?
Were we in his head?
But we gotta be a little bit real. Wemby is a bad matchup for 98%.
Everybody.
So
yeah,
it happens, it happens.
I can't. And no disrespect to Dre's point, but I can't buy that one either. Wemby a bad matchup? How are we gonna say Wemby is a bad matchup? And then his matchups against a 2-time league MVP, this dude averaged 20 points and 9 rebounds.
They play a completely different defensive coverage. That's why.
Oh man, come on, bro! You got to give me some, bro. Can we just?
What? He's literally the best rookie ever. If you look at his stats, he's technically stat-wise, offense to defense, number to number, he had a bigger impact coming in the game statistically than LeBron James did.
Is he gonna win? Is he gonna win in league MVP?
He's gonna win defensive.
Is he gonna win league MVP this year?
Malone won MVP as a rookie or whoever.
So now we're diminishing Jokic?
No, but I'm saying
that's
someone who's a once in a lifetime person.
Like, but this is the thing.
Just keeping it to say Jokic is better than Wemby right now. Can we all agree that Jokic is better than Wemby right now? Right. And so Hartenstein had a bad game against a lesser player, had 2 great games against the better player, and we're pointing out what Wemby brought to the table.
Thank you.
Why can't we just say Hartenstein should have stepped his game up? Okay. Is Hartenstein better than Jokic?
No.
We got the best of Jokic the last 2 times we played him.
No,
but then you can't do it against Wemby. But you can't do it against Wemby.
He just played good. That's all.
He got points, but Jokic was
what I'm saying
dominant
is
offensively.
that's
Even
why
in the game we won.
It's not like a per person thing. It's just professionals have a bad night sometimes. It just so happened to be a 7'4" freak was in the game.
No,
I'll put it this way for you. Did Terry Rozier better than Jalen Brunson? we all know he's not, right?
Okay.
But some of those shots that he put up while Jalen Brunson struggled that night, it happens. Like it happens.
Right.
Terrence
Right.
Air was hitting fadeaway 3-pointers, falling out of bounds like 3 or 4 times, and Jalen Brunson shot like 5 for 18.
Right. But so you mentioned the one off. You mentioned the one off, right? I'm not mentioning the one off. I'm mentioning a pattern, right? This is what I'm saying. It's a pattern. The Wemby game, the Chicago game. Bro, how do you not dominate Vucevic and Andre Drummond?
All right, so
Yeah,
you're saying
because as soon as y'all start talking about Vucevic and Drummond's defense, hey man, Drummond's defense is underrated. Man, I'm getting my ass out of here, bro.
no, I ain't saying none of that.
But
What I'm saying is this: he
it's the
plays
guy.
well against good teams, right? Is that what you're saying?
No,
So that's who we're playing in the
that's not
playoffs.
what-
We ain't
that's-
playing the Bulls or the Spurs in the playoffs. We're playing good teams, and those are the games for some reason Hartenstein seems to step up for.
So
that's
first of
how
all,
we need
first
them.
of all, the Chicago Bulls are a play-in team. They will be in the play-in, right? So
I don't count that as
I understand,
playoffs.
but I understand where you're coming from. The thing that I'm saying is the lack of aggression on a nightly basis is an issue. If
Okay.
we all want this dude to be the player that we think he can be, he's got to put forth that effort every night. You can't just throw your jersey out there.
Thank you.
But why do we think it's an effort thing? We're not. It's just like it's the same people that try to say that Randall is a selfish player or he only cares about himself when he flicks off the crowd or whatever he did with the laptop and all that stuff. We roasted people. You know what, Jalen? You know what Julius Randle's thinking? No. Do I think? Am I in Hartenstein's head? Do I think that he's like, oh, this? I don't think he's sitting there thinking, like, oh my God, this is too big for me. Wemby's, I'm scared. I don't think he's thinking that way.
No, right.
You know
All
what
I'm
I'm saying?
asking, all I was saying was this when it comes to iHeart. If Dante DiVincenzo can step up, so can you. If McBride, if all these guys can step up, so can you. You did it when we were on our winning streak, when we had everything. Where's it now? And I understand that he may be hurt or injured or whatever it may be, but he's much better than what he's been performing. And for me to believe that he's worthy of it, come out every night and show it. Even if you have bad games. How many bad games have we seen Dante? I've called them out. The Magic game, when we lost the third Magic game, it was because of Dante missing his free throws. It was a lot of things. They had bad games. But Dante still comes out every single game and shows you defense, shows you everything. If iHeart comes out and shows that same consistency, then I don't think we have any problems. But he's not doing it. And he's a 5-year veteran. That guy deserves to be stepping up a lot more than what he's been doing.
I would just keep it a buck to Dante has had some terrible games. Just and we talking about defensive effort. He's got beat backdoor or had poor closeouts in a few games. So let's be a little bit real. Like Dante overwhelmingly has played better than he's played. I mean, has played well more than he's played bad.
Dante's been a
he's
starter on a playoff team.
Right.
But he's definitely had
before
several terrible games this season. But it happened. It happens.
But the thing, so things happen, right? But the point that we're getting at is you never saw Dante DiVincenzo, right, look like he's in a matchup where he's overwhelmed.
Yes. He may have gotten overworked, but you will see him still out there giving effort.
Hey
Still
man,
out there trying
Freezy,
to.
I saw him try to guard Jaylen Brown and it didn't go well. That I'll just say that.
Right.
They tried to put him on Jaylen Brown and Jaylen Brown roasted him.
I saw iHeart do that to Jokic. We saw iHeart legit jump hook Jokic to death in Madison Square Garden.
Uh-huh.
Right. My thing is not. I think y'all are thinking. I think y'all are thinking that I am thinking that iHeart is thinking, right? That you know what I'm saying, he only needs to turn up in certain matchups. What I'm saying is in a situation where we know what the mantra is, right? When guys get hurt, you already know what the mantra is. It's next man up. You know that's what they're going to say, right? You know that's what they're going to say. That's what athletes are taught to say as soon as they get their first uniform. If little Jimmy couldn't make it because he had homework, who's the next guy up, right? In Hartenstein's case, where this is your opportunity to prove to the world that blah, blah, whatever. We got to have this consistent thing on a nightly basis. What Nick have you seen lately that have not done so? I mean, Dante DiVincenzo is scoring 5 points above his career average, right? Is 7 points after the All-Star break, right? The thing with iHeart is it, Coach, is it unreasonable for me to ask for 12 points and 8 rebounds from Isaiah Hartenstein? Is that unreasonable as a starter?
Not at all.
So what are we even talking about?
I think the only mentality part for me with him is this. He has only been taking what's given to him instead of just taking what's his. You know what I'm saying? Like he's only taking what's available to him instead of going out of his way to take some more. And that's the side you want from him. That's the side I want from him. I yell at the screen at least 4 or 5 times a game, like, take that shot.
Right.
Or go all the way with it. Don't pass it off. You know, I say that to him 4 or 5 times a game. I say it to Josh Hart, even though it scares the hell out of me every time he shoots an outside shot. Sometimes I say, just shoot it. You made that shot in the gym at practice, even though he's a crappy practice player, they say. He's made that shots hundreds of times. And he's been making it this year a little bit. Yeah, I know all of us. I know Dre's opinion on Josh, but every time that guy goes to shoot, everyone's like, you know.
But even Josh Hart stepped up though, because if you look at what he's done, he stepped up his game as far as facilitating. Like he's more of a third ball handler. He also rebounds, and he's
Josh
also
Hart is a career. Josh Hart is a career backup, bro.
Exactly, and he stepped up.
He's a career backup. He got here and stepped into a prominent role because he was given the opportunity, and then and based on him proving himself in that opportunity, he got what we think is the bag. And so if you're a Hartenstein fan and you're a career backup, right, and you get your opportunity to get the bag, then why not do it?
I got a question.
There.
Freezy, what would you consider starters minutes for an NBA center in a game, like per game?
What type of starter are you talking about?
A starting NBA center.
No, all NBA center. Okay, Smarty Art. All starting NBA centers are not the same.
I'm saying an average starting level NBA
but I'm saying you didn't say average, and that's why I'm asking to clarify. If you're talking about like an average NBA starter minutes, I'm probably gonna say somewhere in about that 27 to 28 minutes a game range. And I may be wrong with that. I'm guessing, but yeah, because league MVP caliber starter or an award-winning starter will probably play more minutes than that.
Okay, I'm okay. I'll preface it with maybe like we expect Isaiah Hartenstein to go for what 16, 17, 18 million.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm saying what do we expect Isaiah Hartenstein to make per year next year?
I don't know.
Guess.
I don't know.
I'll get my educated guesses.
About 15, 13,
anywhere. 15. I think he's going to get more. I think he's going to get 16, 17.
But that's exactly what I said earlier.
16,
17, he wants that 17, 18.
I think he's going to get somewhere around there.
Okay.
And for players that make roughly that amount of money, they don't play the 36, 37 minutes that like upper echelon centers that get paid $25 to $30 million and even more than that. But in not and to Isaiah's defense, in the 47 games he's started for us, he's played 28 minutes per night. He's only taken 5 shots a game.
Right.
He shoots at 67%.
Right.
He averages 9 boards, 3 assists, 1.3 steals, 1.2 blocks, and 8.6 points.
Okay.
And I want to say, and if we like make the sample size a little bit smaller, like say maybe like the last, let's see, last 20 games. What's his average? Last 20 games, he's around 10 points per game. His total rebounds has gone down, but his minutes per game has gone down. So he's averaging more points while his minutes have gone down about 5 minutes
Yeah,
because he's been on the
eight
minutes
eight of
restriction.
those last 20, he was on a minutes restriction too.
More than 8, like
Probably
overwhelming.
half
Like
of them.
until this most recent back to back, he's been on like a
Yeah,
strict minutes restriction,
because
and
he
he's
come back
been
from injury.
and he's been averaging a couple more points on less minutes. So I think he's getting more comfortable. I think he's
Wait,
getting
hold
a
on.
bit more
I,
confident. What?
no, I was just
All
saying
right.
I'm a little bit confused because I'm thinking that you're saying that Hartenstein has the potential to do more, but he doesn't because of his own wit, based on let's say coaching or whatever. He's not doing what he needs to get, but yet still he's worthy of the 17, $18 million a year.
That's
I
not a
hate,
lot of
I
money
hate,
nowadays.
I hate to break it to you, but guys that average 10 and 10 that can pass a little bit actually sometimes make more than that. Do me a favor. Look up Yusuf Nurkic's numbers right now,
Nurkic, oh god.
and he makes roughly or what he should be making around that.
Hold on,
And these
look it
numbers
up.
I'm pulling up are off Basketball Reference. So off Basketball Reference, the last 18 games or so, he's there's been an uptick in his efficiency, but he still has to shoot a little bit more for my liking.
Jakob Podol makes 19.5.
And yeah, and he's been a starter for years.
A
They gave him
Kongwu makes 15.5.
yeah, and
A Kongwu.
he was a bench center
Isaiah
for
Okay,
most of his
Stewart.
career.
Dre, I think you're kind of wrong on that because I just when you said 10 double double, I thought about it. Zach Collins, the guy I've been preaching, is exactly that, and he's a 10-year vet, and he makes 10 mil a year.
That
He can
Collins
pass.
ain't been in the league 10 years.
Zach Collins is not an
I
elite
thought he
10.
was 10 years in. My fault. I
No,
thought he was in for 10
No,
years.
Zach Collins ain't. Man.
he's
My
still
fault. My
probably
fault.
probably around 6 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he gives you a double double. He can pass. Not as good as Hartenstein, but
He's
he
not the
can
defender
pass. That's
Hartenstein is either.
hmm?
Let's put that. He's not the defender Hartenstein is.
No. I'm talking about as far as a backup because if you really think about it, we were talking about how he had the backup mentality, and I keep
Yeah.
using Zach Collins because he's a backup to Wemby, but he's able to give you a double double and pass. He gives you 3 assists and a block. I'm not saying that him and iHeart are the same, but I'm saying as a backup center, you said that 17 to 18 mil. He's getting paid 11 mil.
Well,
How are we gonna pay a guy like?
Number one, Zach Collins averages 5 rebounds. So that's
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Zach
he
Collins averages 5 rebounds. Like
yeah, he
Okay,
not.
my
he's
fault.
not
My fault.
this
My fault.
double. Now, if he
I
played
guess
the
at the
record,
time I did it, it was 10.
hold on, if he played the requisite minutes,
Mhm.
he might be able to. But at no point has he been a double double guy. Like he averages less than 5 rebounds in
Yo,
his
hey,
career.
can we please get our guy Hartenstein out of this group of trash big men? These dudes we talking about is trash, bro. I think
But
we being disrespectful to. I think we being disrespectful to Hart. Zach Collins, Jacob
I,
Hurdle,
no, I'm
Well, I
Nurkic.
just
mean,
saying that's how much they're making. I'm saying. So
yeah,
if we think he's more than that,
Jakob Pertl averages 11 and 8 or 9, 11 and 9. I'll be generous over
Right.
26 minutes, which is Isaiah Hartenstein range. in terms of his production.
Just, but the thing I get what we're saying, because we're just basically on the line of numerics. What I would say to you about Zach Collins and Yusuf Nurkic is they put up those numbers on terrible ass teams, bro.
Yep.
True.
You know, the thing is, the reason why we're even having this conversation is because we want to elevate the Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals conversation, right? And the reason and how we get to the Eastern Conference Finals conversation is by Isaiah Hartenstein giving us more. That's the only. If this was a lottery team, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, bro.
Well, let's be fair to Yusuf Nurkic at least though. Like
No.
he's been on continuous playoff teams and he's averaged 15 plus points and 10 plus rebounds
He's solid.
And 3 to 4 assists every night.
He's solid. He's solid. But he's not.
If we got that out of Hartenstein, we'd have to pay him 20 plus million dollars.
But he's not dependable, bro. Again,
thank you.
Yusuf Nurkic will get you big numbers, but then the playoffs come and then he's got a sprained shoulder. I mean, that's how I think with Nurkic. Nobody doubts that he has the ability to play, right? And Nurkic could play, bro, but he's not dependable. Hartenstein, on the other hand, is dependable, right? Even managing an injury, right? I want to. There are a lot of these dudes, bro, where I'm like, nah, bro, I don't even want to take Hartenstein. I think Hartenstein is better than a lot of these dudes, bro. If you ask me who would I rather have, Hartenstein or Nurkic, I'm taking Hartenstein, bro.
And some of it is not box score stuff that we're not taking into account for Hartenstein for what he means to this team.
Right.
Like some of these things are not quantified.
Right.
Because like it's not by mistake that he is amongst the leaders defensive wise in a lot of metrics. And a lot of those metrics are not traditional box score metrics.
He's
like
top 10.
There's no box score that measures his communication on defense. His help. Like there is no measure for deflections unless it actually winds up as a steal or a block. There's been a lot of plays that he's like caused havoc defensively that he has no actual measurement that shows up in the box score. So for when Freezy says like I know he's better than a lot of these guys, yeah, I understand what he means by that because it's not the box score that we're looking at when we measure his impact or what he means to this team. Like he is by definition a glue guy in the most obvious way. Like I put it this way, Draymond does not put up double doubles, but what he means for the Warriors, and especially for those championship teams, where a lot of those he was not getting double double. He was averaging 9 and 8 and like 6 assists.
You right though, Dre.
But without him, that defense was absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right with the whole Golden State thing because if you look at how we have a guard in Brunson who's no one can stop, similar to Steph. I'm not saying that game is the same as he's a better shooter or anything like that. I'm just saying both guys are very
keep
hard.
It real with you, Bob. On any given night, he masquerades as prime Steph. So,
and we should take advantage of it because for me, when I see Hartenstein at the foul line with the ball, I'm like, we got it. That's money. Like whether he's passing or whether he's gonna go ahead and take that shot. And another thing, as far as stats with Hartenstein that doesn't get accounted for is the turnovers. He does some great passes into the lane, and Josh Hart will miss it, or Dante will miss it. McBride will bumble it. He won't get those assists, but he'll be there giving the ball, maybe a secondary pass after his first pass. He don't get credit for that, and I give him credit for that. That's why I say I feel he's better than what he's producing now. And what makes him better is the consistency. The fact that you can go out and be a dog one game, but then the next game you don't have it, there's something missing. It's more to it. That's why I don't think he's worthy of that 17, 18 million a year, even though he's a good player in what he's done for us. I need to see him do this, not in the playoffs, but let's say Boston tomorrow.
You also quick. You also have to take into account that he's 25. So the money that you're paying
Yeah.
him is not straight up for what he's done, but for
Mhm.
what he can be. And other teams might value him for what he can be. Like you don't always pay a guy for what he did already.
I'm telling you right now, he is the center version of Jalen Brunson right now. Like he is that year before Brunson took off. He wasn't even a time starter yet. And all
Started
of
the
a
second half of that season.
yeah, and this is the first. Technically, iHeart hasn't even started a whole season yet.
No. And that's the part where I mentioned like
He's
the
never
whole
been given the keys. He's never been
But
given. Here you go. I'm not saying give it. Like he's got to earn it. I get all that, but he's never been gone into the
he's
beginning
never
of the
gone into
season.
a training camp knowing that he's gonna
Yeah, that
start.
he's the guy. He's always a pick up the pieces guy.
see, that to me is like what you just
And
said, giving the keys. Like that to me is like he's at the car dealership and there's like he's signing everything and he's legit, but then his credit score comes back within question.
no, he's the opposite. He's that dude that's all quiet and unassuming, and homeboy's sitting on an 800 credit score because he's got
Then
that in him. Like
then I'm
He could get the loan for that new Corvette, but he'd rather drive in
yeah,
a
buy a
2000
Subaru.
a 2001 Acura TSX or something.
Yeah, like the homeboy can buy a Ferrari, and he wants
the
to get
Toyota
A
Camry
Honda
that look like a
Civic.
Lexus. The Toyota Camry
Yeah,
Lexus edition. Yeah.
yeah. He gets the Infinity because it's kind of fancy.
But see, that's the problem because the league, like what we
What
just
games do you
said,
watch, Sherwin?
I watch all games when
No,
it
No, no,
comes
not
no,
to
no.
you.
He
sports.
said I'm sure.
Talking about
Oh.
Sherwin. He's always pooing on iHeart. It's hilarious. Yeah, I have not seen a game where he's been bullied,
Eh,
physically
I've seen
bullied.
it. I've seen him get into foul
We
trouble.
But
we
that's
watched him
not
play
being bullied.
against. We've seen him
Yeah.
play against the best centers in the league and hold his own physically.
Yeah, does he get pushed sometimes on a drive, or does he get dunked on? Who doesn't?
What I was trying to
Bro,
say
I
with
was
the
watching tonight. Like Jokic was bullying Rudy Gobert out the way. Like
yeah,
Jokic put up 38, 11, and 7 on Rudy Gobert. And he's gonna
yeah.
win
I
Defensive
saw
Player of the Year.
iHeart bully Rudy Gobert physically in the
So,
game.
so it
Okay,
happens.
yeah, it's not like
But what
Drummond's a 290-pound freaking
He is the
7-footer.
rebounder of this generation. Like
but you guys don't
that's who
even
he is.
understand. Like you being bullied doesn't mean necessarily you being attacked physically. You could just be bullied by someone just
Oh,
outscoring you and being in the spot. Like for me, if I'm being bullied, I'm being out rebound. I'm being outplayed by a better player.
Yeah, but
And
that's the mentality of some of these fair weather guys that think they know the game. They
mhm.
see a couple of plays, flash plays where it pisses them off that iHeart didn't get that
I'm not
block,
fair weather.
or someone scored over iHeart on a play. Oh, he's trash. How did
But that's what I'm
the
saying. When the
guys
league,
had a whole season almost of starting and
but
starter minutes, and he's still top 10 defensive player efficiency? That's not
the
a guy
league,
that gets bullied.
but the league has changed to where the personality that iHeart is, he needs to step up. That's what I'm trying to say. Like we said with the whole 800 credit score, we need you to use that card. We need you to step up because right now it's an investment for you and the team. Because if we're gonna do this long term, and your potential is supposed to be what we saw this season and it's not, then we're in another bad contract situation. So for me, iHeart, you step up, you're good. We don't have any issues on offense
I'm
because
a,
what you
I'm
create. Now
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
keep it. I'm gonna keep it real with you. If iHeart started averaging 15 and 10, he's not gonna be a Nick next year. That's if that
I
if
don't
that
think he
would
was
happen.
going to be a Nick next year, period. Because to be honest
No,
with you,
he's
the
coming
way
back. He's coming
not
back.
because the way he plays and the way we need him, he's gonna get that bag. And I don't think that when we sign him, he's gonna be efficient. The same issues we're having now, I think we're gonna have later on. And I'm being serious. Like I'm not talking about injury. I'm talking about his consistency.
Let me
Like,
speak to the fairness thing about iHeart starting. We don't have to be fair to Isaiah Hartenstein. Who the hell is Isaiah Hartenstein to be fair to?
I didn't say
mhm.
fair.
Right? Hartenstein didn't get a shot to be a starter in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
This dude has played for 5 teams in 5 years.
I didn't say he didn't get a shot.
No, I'm talking about the premise.
I believe he deserved to start this year.
Right, you
from the
believe
beginning.
that, but the dudes in the gym that saw him play every day didn't.
But you have to talk about like what coaches
but the
prioritize
thing
and
is-
value more.
Nah, what I'm saying is I'm not disputing y'all on that point. What I'm saying is cats that are in these positions earn these spots. I feel like we're having the Quentin Grimes conversation
Yes.
all over again, right? Like, oh, you got to run more plays for Grimes, man. The personnel grouping wasn't right. Oh man, the odd uniforms that they were wearing, right? All these things for Grimes, bro. When you get the opportunity to be a starter, play like a starter. That's it. That's as big. That's as basic as you can make it.
But here's the thing.
It sounds like everyone's asking him to play like an all-star.
Hold on, Freezy.
Because an all-star center averages 15 points and 10 boards in this league.
No, we're asking you.
I mean, if you're not counting his defensive metrics, you talking about Rudy Gobert. If you're talking about Rudy Gobert, then his defensive metrics have to be counted also.
Yeah,
but here's the thing though, like Freezy, we're coached by Tom Thibodeau. If we were coached by Mark Dagnall or something, Hartenstein would have been starting out of training camp because that's what he values. But Tibbs values heavy offensive rebounding and rim protection over everything else out of his center. So that's the reason why Mitch was starting in the first place. Like we actually have to have context and realize and evaluate who we're talking about as far as the coach.
I don't know the Oklahoma City one, bro. Again. Okay, so we're using Mark Dagnall you're using Mark Dagnall.
That's an example.
As example, but you didn't include the roster. What the rest of the roster looked like. Why Hartenstein would be starting? Who would be their starting power?
No. I'm saying if Mark Dagnall had this current Knicks roster.
Okay, see, I didn't hear that part. If
Mark Dagnall was coaching this team instead of Tom Thibodeau, Isaiah Hartenstein would have been the starter because of what Mark Dagnall values or what he cares about, what his preconceived biases are for how he wants his basketball team ran. And this is how we have to view it from this point of view. Mitch is Mitch, and Isaiah Hartenstein is Isaiah Hartenstein. I think if you were up to me,
Cowboy Bob, I think this is the Quentin Grimes argument.
It's not.
I feel like we're about
not even close.
We're about to start arguing over Frank Ntilikina, bro.
The thing is, we went into the starting the season. We've already paid Mitch. Mitch is the guy. We're not going to dethrone him because Tibbs isn't that kind of guy. He stays with his guys. That's what he does. We all know what Tibbs does.
Tibbs gave Quinn Grimes 20 games. When
he lost his spot. And he lost his spot.
Okay. But you're telling me iHeart didn't outplay Mitch. You tell me iHeart didn't outplay Mitch last year.
I'm saying simply this. When the opportunity presented itself with any player on this team, they have stepped up. Even McBride. Why hasn't iHeart done it yet? That's all I'm saying. Because
he hasn't done it yet.
But Cowboy Bob, this is the thing.
Have you heard what every coach in this league says about iHeart whenever we play him?
I honestly don't think.
Hold on, coach. You actually have to realize. First off, when we got healthy recently, and OG came back in the lineup, you know who was the first guy that got shafted in their minutes? Deuce. Even after Deuce played his ass off, Deuce immediately his minutes got slashed in half until Josh Hart got ejected out of the game. Then he played the entire second half. But Deuce's minutes immediately got slashed when OG came back because in Tibbs' mind, he has to balance it, weigh it. And now his minutes got slashed and he was trying to figure out how to put Burks in. And now he realizes the Burks minutes are completely untenable and you just can't play him because he's been that bad.
I saw it a different way. I thought the dude that minutes got slashed was Precious Achiuwa. Like Precious Achiuwa's minutes just got slashed. Like legit, some games he's 20 minutes, and some games he's 5 minutes. And some games he's 0 minutes.
Well, you actually have to be realistic. His Precious Achiuwa's minutes are matchup based. Like he's never he's never shown at any of his stops that he has the consistency within his game to be consistent regardless of what's going on. I appreciate what he did for when we were completely like ransacked by injuries. But if you've been watching him in the time that he's gotten his minutes, he hasn't been playing good basketball as of late. At least
Okay. So I
to
agree
get
with that
him.
last part. The first part, I disagree with you though. The fact that he hasn't proven it anywhere. Right. I agree that Precious Achiuwa has not proven it in any stop that he can be a consistent
That's the
rotation
word.
player. Right.
Consistent. That's the
Right.
word.
But here's the
Consistent.
thing: how do we say that in a conversation where we're talking about Isaiah Hartenstein? I think what happened is the point about Precious. It might be a tad hypocritical if we only say that about Precious and not point to a dude that played for 5 different teams in 5 years.
Well, we can't make the assertion because we're not there in the practices for you. So.
Okay, I give up on this one, bro. I give up on this one because legit. Okay, so we wasn't there for the practice for Hartenstein, but we can say it for Precious.
Mm-hmm.
No, we could say it for Precious when we talk about what's on the court.
But
From
it's
So
three
okay
we
for
different
can't say,
from three
so
different
then
high
so then
level
even with
coaches.
that, then
From
we're
three
saying
different
that
high
we
level
can't
coaches.
say it for Hartenstein on the court. Listen, my thing is if we like Hartenstein, just say we like Hartenstein. I
Mm-hmm.
like Hartenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I'm
I
I'm
like
um,
Hartenstein.
I think if you freely, I'm gonna be real with you. I think Mitch and Hartenstein are equals. Personally, I just think Hartenstein's skill set meshes better with our star players at
Okay.
this current junction. That's how I view it. His skill
Right.
set just meshes easier in terms
And
of conducive basketball play on both ends.
but then that consistency should show up if it is, because if he has moments of great games, that doesn't mean to me that he's worthy of a, not saying a starting role, but I'm not saying he's not worthy of the spotlight he is. This guy just needs to be consistent and we won't have any problems. I like iHeart too. I
I
just
think
think
he
that
is
there's more that
consistent
he can
though.
contribute than what he's been doing because
Right.
he's been falling short. There's tons of games. I remember what
Falling
was
short of what?
he's
Freezy.
falling
Freezy.
short
He's
because
basically averaging
okay,
10 and 8 and 3 assists
no,
and
Dre, what
really
you
good
just
defense.
said, Dre, based off of what you just said,
So
the way
what were
he's
your expectations of him? That's my
no,
question.
my expectations of him was to give
Falling
us
short of what?
no. He's falling short because of the point is exactly what Dre said. When he came in and it was given the opportunity, he should have been there doing what he was doing, but he's not consistent. With me, with iHeart's consistency, if he's consistent and his skill set, if we had a different coach, he would be the starter over Mitchell. To me, he would be doing more, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Because if his skill set is so good, how is he still doing the same things as Mitchell? Still getting into foul trouble. Offensively, he's
He's
better than
not getting
Mitchell.
into foul trouble. That was one game. He's never really been in foul
What
trouble since he took the
games
starting
are we
role.
watching?
And I'm gonna keep it real. This
Mm-hmm.
consistency word that we throw out, you don't get to be number one in defensive EPM without being consistent.
But then you
Oh
can say the
boy.
same.
There go Dre
You can
pulling
say
out
the same thing about
Dre
Jonathan
pulling out
Isaac.
the
Jonathan
magic
You don't.
wand, bro. Dre,
And
Yeah, and you
here's the
just said
point.
how great Jonathan Isaac was that you're worried
for
about
a
him for 10 minutes
10-minute
of
stretch. Yes, for
defense.
a 10-minute stretch. That's
Hold
the
on, Cowboy Bob.
guarantee. So what
Hold on.
I'm saying is, go ahead.
I was gonna say, hold on, Cowboy Bob. Hold on.
He does it for
Just like
25 minutes.
just like with Mitch, you don't get to be the number one offensive rebounder without being consistent at that particular skill. Like
Mm-hmm.
when you're number one at a particular thing, their consistency is intrinsic to that. Like you don't get to half ass be a good defender and then
So
be
what is
number one
iHeart?
at this.
So what
So
is
what I'm
iHeart's
saying
number
is
one thing?
he
What's his
filled
number one thing?
he filled in the first job he had to do was try to make up what we lost in Mitch.
Okay.
Mitch
right.
was already the best offensive rebounder in the league.
Yep.
By a
iHeart
wide
was
margin.
just a tick under it, not
Right.
much.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mitch was also one of the best defenders of the rim in the league.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
iHeart was kind of close
I think
right
he was
now.
better. But anyway, yeah, go ahead, Coach.
Okay, so now we'll give advantage Mitch by a hair.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Okay,
but Coach,
but
the
then
taco
now
to the
offense.
runner.
There's no question. What's that?
There's no question about offense, bro.
Yeah.
Right, but y'all know in dual possession, the catch goes to the offense. In baseball, a tie goes to the runner. Right. So in a draw, the champ keeps the belt. So to say Hartenstein does all this stuff and Mitch does stuff a different way, why are we saying in this scenario that Hart should be the starter?
And I haven't even mentioned
if we
availability,
feel like,
injuries.
if it feels like it's just a flip of a coin, then how is it that
I think he deserves to be the starter based
in my
on
eyes, it's not a flip of the coin.
It's fit. Like we literally ran split actions. We're literally making Isaiah Hartenstein be a decision maker because we're down, not having Julius Randle.
right?
Do you trust Mitchell Robinson to run a split action where he's in a pinch post and he has to make a decision? He's throwing
No.
that ball out of bounds, and we need those actions because Brunson is our number one guy, and he legitimately can't create the entire game. We
Okay.
need those parts of the game. We need him to be a safety outlet when he gets blitzed at the top of the key. Do you trust Mitch getting the ball at the free throw line extended for him to make a decision?
No.
Do you even trust him to get like at this point right now? Isaiah Hartenstein shoots a better field goal percentage than Mitch right now.
But Dre, all the good things that Al Hart did when we had Randall and OG, why is he not doing it now?
He's
With
doing the
more
same exact thing.
opportunity as far as us being limited on offense. He has
He's
more
he
opportunity now
he had,
offensively than
hold
He
he
on,
got
did
time
hurt
out,
before.
too.
time out.
Because remember, we had Randall, we had OG when we were doing all
Time
our
out,
good
time out,
runs.
Bob.
When
Time
he
out,
was
time out.
doing 20 rebounds, we had our team. So for me, why is he? I'm not saying I'm expecting him to still get 20 rebounds. What I'm expecting him to do is still be who he was back then. He's not doing it now, and we
His
don't have our key
volume,
guys there.
his volume as a decision maker has gone up.
Yes.
It has gone up, and that's partly to do with coaching and putting him in position. He can't, as a big, he can't exactly just bring the ball up and then run inverse pick and rolls like prime Nikola Jokic or something. He actually has to play within the role. He actually has to play within the offense. And some of that is yes, he has to be aggressive, look at the rim.
But Dre, you talking about? See, that's the thing with the people that love Hartenstein blindly, right? We use these random teardrop thimble full of sample size to say what this man can do. It's the reason why y'all keep bringing up PPM and things like the one time we saw a split action. We're like, okay, he's been doing this his whole life. Nah, bro, come on, man.
We know Tom Thibodeau though, Freezy. In order for that action to even be brought up, it had to be mastered in practice.
Well, he came up in the European system. His basketball IQ, his decision making, his everyday basketball knowledge and respect for the ins and outs of the game.
Who you talking about? Victor Wembanyama?
Hartenstein too.
Oh, I'm sorry. So all Euros are great because they play Euro basketball.
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. You because I heard
the
names
fundamentals
like
of the
Jacob
game.
Pirtle. I heard names like Yusef Nurkic. I heard names. All these names were saying,
They're all
"Oh my
starting
God,
centers in the league from Europe." We don't have it. There's more foreign centers than there are U.S. ones, aren't there?
Possibly. And if you're right on that, then you're right on that. Because I don't know right offhand. But basically, I'm not even speaking to any of that stuff. The reason why we initially had the conversation is because we're asking Hartenstein to provide more. That's it. Nobody is bashing Hartenstein. That's what I feel like we having the Frank Ntilikina argument all over again.
I'm not arguing that part. I'm arguing the point that you guys think he's making a conscious decision not to do it. Because he's either A, afraid, or B, can't handle it. I don't think it's either of those things.
So the alternative is the man behind the curtain so Isaiah Hartenstein is the Manchurian candidate. He don't think for himself. He's programmed to do a certain thing.
No, he respects authority, first of all.
Okay.
And it's not in his bag right now because for whatever reason, it's like he's rented goods. Like he's not been counted on for scoring for this team yet. He's not been asked to do it, and he's not been expected to do it. And the offense, he just gets what's available to him. Some games it's 18 points are available to him. Some games only 7 is available to him. That's all I'm saying. And
But
that comes down to the Tibbs system, who's had traffic cone Mitch for the last 3 years, and B, now they have Jalen Brunson, who's very ball dominant, and a lot of times he doesn't pass it out of the pick and roll.
Is this the best version of Isaiah Hartenstein you've ever seen?
So far, yeah, in his career so far.
Pretty consistent,
and guess who is the coach of Isaiah Hartenstein during the stretch of the best basketball you've ever seen from Isaiah Hartenstein, bro?
Because he's been given more opportunity to play.
By who?
Well, because Mitch got
By
hurt.
the same dude we're trying to say is holding him back. What are we talking about, bro?
Because he would have still benched him even if Mitch was out. He still would have held him.
That's a chicken or the egg thing, man.
No, because look at what he did with look what he's done with these players. A lot of these players have gotten benched once his guys come back. So if he felt some type of way about iHeart, he would have benched him. So for me, he's just
it would be ridiculous to bench him after
it's not a benchable offense.
What I'm trying to simply say is this: we know who Tibbs is. If Tibbs don't like how you are, he's gonna bench you.
It's not that he doesn't like iHeart. He doesn't expect him to have the
is iHeart not? But is iHeart not a better NBA player with Tom Thibodeau?
Yes.
And if that's the case, then why are we criticizing what Tom Thibodeau is doing to help this young player develop into an NBA player that has lasting power? Before he got here, he played for 4 other teams.
I'm not discrediting what Tibbs has helped him with. Maybe he could be even more right now if he didn't have Tibbs. We don't know that.
But Coach, you also brought up the Euro point. He's given the opportunity now, and his basketball knowledge is higher than us. Why is he not using it? Even if you're going to say, oh, it's because of Tibbs, he's playing his best under Tibbs. Him and Tibbs should be, the way Brunson and Tibbs he should be doing the same thing.
Bro, I'm not gonna
lie to you, bro. He's been in the league.
I'm not gonna, bro. What Tom Thibodeau does with these 25-year-old guys that we seem to bring in, bro, is nothing short of a miracle. Right? Yeah. Thibodeau gets a guy at 25 or whatever, and strips them down of all the bad habits and stuff they had in other places, right? And turns them into valuable players here. Now, I'm not saying that Hartenstein was a bad player in other places. What I'm saying is he didn't have this value today. He never had that value in those other 4 places. Because if he did, he would not have been on 5 other teams. What I'm saying is this: he is in a situation where Tom Thibodeau, right? Tom Thibodeau is making this dude a better version than he otherwise was before, even with the innate skills he learned as a youth, right? Today, right? If the season ended today, if our season was over today, Isaiah Hartenstein would be a highly sought after free agent on the open market. And you can thank Tom Thibodeau for that. What I'm saying is, with all that stuff said, with the old knowledge base he had and with the new things that he's learned, I just want to see if he can provide us more. That's all. And when I say more, I'm not talking about this dude averaging 31 and 17, right? What I'm saying is be more assertive. That's all. That's it. That's it.
I agree with that.
And for the Hartenstein truthers, I'm not trying to turn this into a Quentin Grimes conversation every night, right? We like Hartenstein. We want him to be there. We're asking, bruh, can you look at the rim more often? That's it.
Yeah, that's it, bro. Is Tibbs asking him to do that? That's what I'm wondering.
But Tibbs is the reason why he's so good. That's the thing.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. The reason why he's so good, because his mom and dad gave him some good genes and he's been doing great and he's getting older and better. Okay,
Okay.
it's not all because of Tibbs. I think Tibbs sitting there holding his hand. Come on, Isaiah. Let's go. Let's get in the post.
Coach,
I mean, come on, man.
If that was the okay, so
he made him a better defender.
I agree with you on part of that, but if that is the case, if it's just natural progression, how come we didn't see this 3 years ago? If we talk about genes,
because he was 22 years old,
right?
Sometimes systems and opportunity create people, too,
right? And sometimes, and some people bloom later than others, right?
Yeah.
Right, and sometimes conditions cause players to bloom differently, right? It's the thing with Jalen Brunson. If Dallas knew Jalen Brunson was this type of player, they would have had that man signed to that 4-year, $52 million contract.
Yeah.
They didn't. In a new environment, that dude blossomed into a different animal.
The 3 guys that were MVPs in the league were like all late bloomers.
Right. Yeah.
Embiid, Jokic, and Antetokounmpo.
Right. So what I'm saying about the Hartenstein thing is, yes, he's blessed with genes and talent and all that stuff. Because if he didn't have those things, he would be selling you insurance, right? He wouldn't be here. So yes, he's talented, bro. But we got to give Tibbs and the Knicks and the environment some credit about how this player developed. It's not fair to say that man was just good and misunderstood, and he came here and he just turned into this guy right here. It's not. That's not to me. In my mind, that's not fair.
But at the same time, I can't agree with everyone saying like, "Oh, he's been given all this opportunity. He needs to run with it." I think he has.
Probably so. Probably so. You're probably right. You're probably right. But what I was mentioning to you and Cowboy Bob before Dre got here is if you're right on all those things, right? If you're right on all those things. Even with that said, even if I agree with everything you said, my point is man, we have a man down and this next man up, and usually in those cases, and most of the times in those cases, we ask the next man up to provide more. And is it unreasonable to ask the next man up to provide more? And if we say it's unreasonable to ask Isaiah Hartenstein to provide more when the mantra in sports period is next man up, I think we're looking at the wrong dude. We need another guy at center. We don't need Hartenstein.
Right?
Is that fair? Is that fair? Y'all understand what I'm coming from?
I understand 100%. But this is what I'm saying. Once this, first of all, the man's earned the opportunity next year to go into training camp with the offense and the whole kit and caboodle to be created, assuming he's their starting center, the guy they're going with. Because the way their offense was created and their system did not have Isaiah Hartenstein full-time in mind.
Right.
Would we agree to that?
So why can't those two just go into training camp and battle for the job?
I don't mind that. Obviously.
If we're, I'll be absolutely honest with you. If we're gonna be running some of these sets that have been slowly added to our system over the course of the season, it probably is not gonna go too well for Mitch.
Right, but can we give the guy the chance in training camp to lose his job?
But well, in reality, if we're gonna pay Isaiah Hartenstein, he's probably going to be looked at as a starter if we're paying him. So there's no chance, there's no world where these two dudes can go into training camp and battle for the starting job. Probably not. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
yeah.
Well, I'm looking at it from a political standpoint because, like, I'll put it this way: if Mitch got paid right, and we had Nerlens Noel in the training camp, do you think Nerlens Noel is going to get the first team reps right after Mitch got paid? They did it before. The year before Mitch got paid, Nerlens Noel was getting first team reps. And then Mitch eventually won the job. Like, unfortunately, when you get paid and when money's involved, your role changes. Tyler Hero went from 6-man to starter right after he got paid.
And that's the league.
That's 6-man in the league.
But okay, but that's what I'm saying. So okay. All right. So who was Tyler Hero in battle with, right? Tyler Hero was in training camp battle with G Leaguers and unsigned free agents, and Tyler Hero was a first-round pick.
And they still was sent to be a sixth man for his first 4 years, and he got paid and immediately turned into a starter.
What I'm saying is it's not all like I don't believe that every example can be used in this case. What I'd like to think is the coaches ask a center to do a certain thing, and whichever center it is, Hartenstein or Mitchell Robinson, whoever does that thing that Tom Thibodeau wants done the best is going to be the starter. It's this thing called "May the best man win."
But to me, if the expectation's different for both of them, then it don't make sense.
But
like,
the expectation
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say.
But if Tibbs expects his center to only be a rim protector and an offensive rebounder, then iHeart's more complex than that. He does more than that.
Right. But the point I'm saying is if Tom Thibodeau, who's the boss, asks for a certain type thing and they compete for it, whoever wins, whoever is the best man out of that should be the starter, regardless of what. If Tibbs comes back with a different offensive mindset like he did last summer? We don't know, because we paint Tibbs into a corner of all he knows is defense, right? And at the beginning of this season, Tom Thibodeau in preseason ran sets that the Boston Celtics were running, the Kings were running, trying to run modern NBA offense with some guys. It didn't look right. Jalen Brunson's game was off a little bit. Randall was off a little bit. They went back to what they knew. The guys that couldn't do it, they traded them away for OG and Anunoby. The team got better over time, and they ran with the offense that best suited the personnel group that they had. Who's to say Tom Thibodeau is not going to do the same thing this summer? Try to improve the offense.
I hope that's what happens. The thing is, did Mitch outplay Hartenstein last year in your eyes?
I think so. That's how he won the starting job. Like, to be honest, if they're battling it out, the main starter is
Mitch was the starter. Mitch was the starter.
Mitch was already the starter.
Yeah, Mitch was the starter.
You're talking about last year. I thought you were talking about.
Remember, Hartenstein was coming in on a 2-year deal. Like, he expected to be a backup off the rip.
Yeah.
So, and he came in, and when people were mumbling last year, oh man,
he would not. He not keeping it real. Now, this is not a shot.
I was.
No, keeping it real. Not throwing a shot at Hartenstein, but Hartenstein looked like trash when he first got here. But we didn't know. But at the time, we didn't know he was dealing with the sore Achilles. Right? We didn't know. But about January, as he got healthy, he started looking more and more like a baller. Right? He was looking like a dude that could take Mitch's job as the season went along. Right? And then, we get into playoffs, man. It was just a mess. Right. And then coming into this season, you're like, okay, so we have 2 starting quality centers, whichever is your preference, whether it's peanut butter or jelly. It don't matter. As long as the Knicks win. That's most Knicks fans' mindset. Like, I don't care who we start, bro. As long as we win, we don't want to bicker internally over BS. We just want the team to win a championship with whoever is the guy. And this season, with Mitch starting, the Knicks got off to a rough start, not because of Mitch, but because RJ Barrett with knee injury, migraines, Grimes getting hurt every 5th game, quickly being super streaky. You lost Obi, didn't know how to backfill that Obi Toppin position. A lot of different things. And then, January comes and everybody starts looking like gangbusters. Right? Is it fair? Is it fair to Mitch to say that, hey, man, when you was out, this team started balling? Is it fair to Mitch? Nah. That's not fair to Mitch.
It's not fair, but what's fair in basketball? If it's a meritocracy, right? I guess the most fair thing is to make it a meritocracy.
Right. So if it's not, that's what I'm saying. So if it's not fair to Mitch about how that happened, then how come we're here arguing about what's fair to Hartenstein?
I personally don't care about what's fair. I'm looking at it from a perspective of who helps Jalen Brunson be the best version of Jalen Brunson.
Right. Right.
To me, Mitch is in the way.
I don't view it as in the way. I just view it as like,
When we're on
yo,
offense.
Yeah, but
yeah.
coach said to him, Mitch is in the
Oh,
way
okay,
though.
okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
got what you're saying.
Yeah,
Jalen for
yeah.
when Jalen Brunson needs to do what he's got to do, he's got to have a center that can contribute to the offense outside the paint sometimes.
Move his
And,
feet, not do moving picks and screens. Actually, set your feet. I
and,
know.
and when I mention it, like who helps with Jalen Brunson be the best version of Jalen Brunson, especially as we're currently constructed without Randall, it's Isaiah Hartenstein, and that's the main reason why he's still starting, even though Mitch is back, because you need as much flexibility as possible when your top gun is your when your nuclear weapon is just one guy, to be absolutely honest. And you need to figure out ways to get him open as much as possible. You need additional decision makers on the court to make us not as predictable. And when you're talking about the best version of Jalen Brunson, it has to on this roster, it has to coincide with Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the best, in my opinion, the best version of Jalen Brunson is not the scorer. Jalen Brunson, to me, the best version of Jalen Brunson is the playmaking hub, where he can shoot and pass, get others involved, score, spot up for three, things of that sort. Right. And I think what has happened is the Knicks have found a way to stretch the court for all three levels. And by stretching the court vertically, and y'all know what I mean by vertically, from the rim to past the top of the key, by stretching it that way, right? What you've also done vicariously is created lanes and windows horizontally for guys like Deuce and Dante and things of that sort to get their shots off. Also, at the same time, you also created driving lanes by spreading the floor, right? By bringing Josh Hart up top instead of bringing Hartenstein up top. And this is simple. When you bring Hartenstein up top to 26 feet, right? Once Jalen Brunson takes or rejects the screen, Hartenstein is out of the play. It's the reason why I brought up his numbers. His numbers wouldn't look so low if he were not eliminated from the play so early in the pick and roll. It just makes no sense because Hartenstein's not going to stop and shoot threes from 27 feet, right? And he's not going to catch lobs and jump over an entire crowd to catch a lob that's 15 feet in the air. He's not going to do that, right? But what he will do is showcase his passing and touch around the rim, right? So by bringing Josh Hart up top, and by bringing OG Anunoby up top, and by having Hartenstein just off of the free throw line right at the elbow, right? When teams trap or double or press or bracket or zombie or whatever you want to call it, when they do that to Brunson and get it to Hart, now Hart gets it to, and not to go overly basketball, because we know Josh Hart is not a shooter scorer. Josh Hart is a slasher on offense and in transition. But what he does is he gets the ball to Hartenstein quick enough for Hartenstein to make the decisions, right? Kick that ball back out to Brunson. Kick it to Dante in the corner for three. Hit that super magically all-world floater. Man, when they went to do it, coach,
I fart.
yeah, the dude is shooting, bro. The dude is shooting 84% from the floor in the month of April when they're doing that, bro. 84%. The 84%, bro, that's crazy. That's basically money. That's more than four out of 5 times when he touches it, bro.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, the variation of what's I agree with you that I like the playmaker Brunson too, because when he's basically doing what Bubble Julius was doing. when he's doing the ISO. He's basically doing the ISO Jalen game. You know what I'm saying? But this year we got better shooters for him to kick out when they close in on him. You know, that's the
I think
difference
I think
between.
my fault, coach. I
No,
was
no,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
I think a lot of how we view Brunson is based on the coverages that he faced. Because, for example, the nights that Hartenstein played well, or even Josh Hart played well, is when teams just straight up out blitz Brunson, and they allowed it to be 4-on-3 going downhill, and allowed them to be more activated. And then when we go against the Chicago Bulls, and they're just like, we're just gonna put our all
Caruso on
NBA,
Brunson.
yeah, our all NBA guy on an island and just live with the results. And Brunson is like, I am literally a top three, top four isolation player in the league right now. It doesn't matter who you put on me. If you're just gonna not bring help, I'm going to abuse that. And in that aspect, like when we get to the playoffs, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Freezy. We might see some 13, 14, 15 assist games out of Brunson because the coverages are not going to be the same from team to team based on who we're playing. Like
Right.
if I'm keeping it real with you, if we're seeing the Sixers and Brunson comes out and gets 10 points in the first quarter, you best believe he's getting blitzed
Yep.
repeatedly, and he's going to get opportunities to get 14 and 15 assists.
Yep.
And for us to win games, that's what's gonna like guys are gonna have to make shots.
And that's where we're asking Isaiah Hartenstein to be more aggressive.
When they
Right.
blitz,
We're not
when
asking we're not
yeah,
asking Hartenstein to ISO a playoff center and go God sham God and dribble
Mhm.
through a crowd of three people and dunk on the weak side of it. Nah. Nah. That's
But
totally the opposite of what we're asking.
I'll
We're
give you
asking
an
if when Brunson
yeah.
is doubled and trapped, make yourself available.
I'll give
Well,
you
why
this.
is it? I don't
I,
even
I'll give
understand
you.
why that's going.
I give you this, Reezy. In the games that, like, for example, the Warriors or like the Kings, where their coaches have been more aggressive in blitzing Brunson, either Josh Hart or Hartenstein benefited immediately. In the Warriors game, Hartenstein made himself available and was completely destroying them with his floaters over and over and over because he made himself available and he was aggressive because they kept blitzing Brunson. And then the Warriors changed their coverage on Brunson.
Yeah, they started. They yeah, and they changed their coverage on the paint. They were rotating and tagging guys. Anybody that came through the paint, they were switching on like some zombie guy.
It,
Whoever
it, it,
it
was,
was,
it was funny. It was funny because we were basically imitating what they do to other teams in
right?
terms of guys being deathly afraid of Steph Curry. It allows guys like Draymond to be decision makers in the short roll, 4-on-3, repeatedly over and
Or
over and making the right.
against the Lakers the other night. The Lakers came out with a game plan to stop Steph, and Draymond Green started the game by knocking down 2 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Right? It started the game. Started the game with it. Right? They tipped their hand. Golden State showed them what the response was going to be, and the Lakers backed out of it.
And they slap their hand.
Yeah.
Slap their hand like, no, this is not what we're gonna do.
Right. And so
It's a cat and mouse game. It's gonna be a cat and mouse game.
That's what Cowboy Bomb. That's what I'm saying. So if we know this already, then why is it even an issue to ask Hartenstein to be more aggressive?
I think it's gonna be legitimately how we're built, Freezy. It's gonna be a game to game thing. Like our number two scorer next to Brunson will literally change every game outside of maybe Dante getting on a heater. Like when we get to the playoffs, Freezy, our number two scorer legitimately might be a different person every night based on
Right.
coverages,
And
based
number
on the
three,
cat
yep.
and mouse game, based
Yep.
on how things go. Like
Based on officiating,
yeah,
based on if you're on at home or on the road, right? Because at home, you already know your role players are gonna be better at home than they will be on the road, right?
like
It-
and, yeah, and I'm just saying, like, I understand the point where you're like, okay, we want more out of Hartenstein, But on a game to game, the more that you're getting could easily come out of Bogey, could easily come out of OG, could easily come out of Dante, could easily
But
come out of Josh Hart, based on
Let me
who teams
clarify
are
this
more
though. Let me clarify
comfortable
this though.
leaving open.
More doesn't always mean scoring, bro.
that there
Let
you
me let
go.
me let
You're
me
just
let
talking
me
about assertiveness.
right, right. We're talking about assertiveness and aggression. We're not just talking about just, how many buckets he can make. We're talking about making yourself available. Because think about it. If Hartenstein in a playoff series gets us 10 points and 15 rebounds,
We're good.
if he averages that, bro, I'm not going to be mad that he got 15 rebounds and only scored 10 points. What I'm going to be saying is iHeart dominated the opposing center. That's my
If,
stance.
I'll put it this way, Freezy. I understand your point in terms of making yourself available. If Earhart went from what 3 assists right now to averaging 6 in the playoffs, hypothetically speaking, that would do a lot more for us than him averaging 15 points.
But that's what we mean by him stepping up as well. We're not just talking about the offense. We're asking him to be our secondary, basically
But
anchor.
here's the
For like,
catch
for
22.
example, for
Here's the
example,
catch.
we can rely on Brunson to score and control the offense. We can rely on
But
Josh
we
Hart.
shouldn't. But we shouldn't
Exactly.
rely on
Thank
Brunson
you.
to score.
Thank you. And the
We
fact
should
that we don't
rely on the team to play team
team.
ball.
Thank you. We should be thankful that Brunson gets his stuff off because of the team's giving it to him. But as a team, we should be having a guy like Hartenstein being the facilitator. Being look, his 6 assists and 10 points. That's a great contributor to the team. That's 22 points you just added to your team. That's what we're asking him to do. We're not just saying you got to out rebound or contribute that way. Plus, on top of that, I'm still in question. Where are these rebounds coming from? I've seen games where you've gotten 20, 15 rebounds with Randall there, OG there. Why are you not getting at least 10 rebounds a game? And you say it's due to limit minutes? I think before then, when he was
He
averaging
does
30 or
average
so,
just damn near 10 a game, count Bob. So
this is what
and
I'm
and,
saying.
and 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 to that point, like you do realize we're like one of the best rebounding teams in the
Yeah,
league.
of course.
Period. So I
Dre.
mean, even if he doesn't get 10,
Like
it's getting picked up
literally,
with
Josh
Josh
Hart,
Hart.
I think, physically steals 3 rebounds a game from
But
iHeart
that's,
or Precious. Like
and y'all know,
I've seen us have a turnover because Josh Hart is up in there and
mhm,
he's fighting our own big men. I mean, I'm glad he does it because it's part of his game. But I've seen us have turnovers where the ball goes out of bounds, and then him and
okay.
iHeart are looking at each other, or him and Precious are like,
It's like I understand your point, like how you want him to get more rebounds. Like we already are like the number one rebounding team.
Mm-hmm.
There are but so many rebounds he can actually get. The fact
well,
that he is getting 9 and 10.
well, you also got
Okay.
to look at
Let me
he's actually one of the top centers and top players in the league at his at rebound percentage.
let let
Because
me show you what I'm
that's the
talking.
stat. All the percentage of rebounds that are available to him, he gets.
Remember early in the season, Dre, when we were talking and I kept telling you about rebounding and how we need to stick on the offensive glass, and you're saying he's averaging 10. I'm understanding that that's a good number, but the guy we saw in Mitchell and in him earlier in the season was a guy that would get offensive rebounds and go right back up with it, as opposed to resetting the play. Those little extra things that he's doing, I think that he should go back to going right back up with the ball, getting to the foul line, and doing those things. Because if he's at the top of the key, I've seen him at the top of the key with the ball. He's holding it, looking wide open,
Oh, we
2-3
criticizing
minutes,
Hartenstein
and then he
again, bro.
passes it off the
I
heart. He should hit
just
that floater right there. Should
I
be like, yo,
legit
I
couldn't
got
wait
it. Nobody here.
to go
Boom,
use the
floater.
bathroom.
Then attack the rim to try to get an offensive rebound and then go
Cowboy
back.
Bob, you criticizing Hartenstein again, bro? I only stepped away just to go use the bathroom, bro. The toilet ain't even finished spinning, yo, and you already back criticizing Hartenstein,
I'm sorry,
Kicking the
you're the
man when
referee.
he's
You
down.
keep me in line, Unc.
bro. All we asking when a man goes down, somebody else steps up. That's it. Why is
hmm
that, bro? Legit, hey, Cowboy Bob, let me ask you this: when
hmm
I stepped away just now,
hmm
did everybody stop talking until I got back, or
No,
or,
Yeah.
or did people just continue the
No,
conversation?
we just
No,
kept
we were
going.
having a little back and
Somebody
forth.
stepped in and can continue to That's
all right.
all I'm
So
saying, bro.
I feel that he has stepped in Mitchell Robinson's absence, filled his role, and then some. added more.
Oh, okay.
That's my point.
Coach, can I ask you just this though? It may be rhetorical, and I'm not asking it to be sassy. I'm asking just to understand where you're coming from. So if Hartenstein stepped in Mitch's absence and performed, right, and Mitch returned, but Randall is out, does that mean Hartenstein doesn't have to step up anymore?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right. So that's the point that I'm getting at, right?
But
Like
I think between Precious, iHeart, and OG, we need to make up the points we're losing from Randall.
I almost agreed with you just now until you said when you said OG, I disagree with you.
Well, I didn't say OG alone, but between those three people.
No, I got you. I understand what you. The reason why I disagree with the OG part is because I don't want Lawrence Taylor running the football, right? I know I keep saying that, right? I don't want to turn Derek Brooks into a running back. I don't want Rondé Barber to play receiver, right? I want those two dudes to be Hall of Fame defenders, right?
Okay.
OG Anunoby is that in my mind. I don't want OG Anunoby out here sham guiding on the perimeter and emptying the tank on offense. And then Jason Tatum is scoring 37, 43, 47 on offense.
No, he doesn't have to do that.
Like Precious Achua is a role player, right? So Precious, in your role, this is your new role. Your role is give coach whatever he wants, right? But in terms of OG Anunoby, bro, I don't want to turn Reggie White into a tight end, bro. I just want Reggie White to be a Hall of Fame defender.
I'm asking for this. We've lost about 25 points not having Randall. He's almost guaranteed that most nights. Now, Dante's had an uptick of about 7 in Randall's absence.
Right.
Okay. Brunson's gone up about 4 or 5 points a game.
Right.
Making up for that. So now we're looking at about 11. So now you got 14 points floating around between iHeart, Precious, and OG that we didn't have before. Now maybe only 3 or 4 of it's OGs.
Bogey and Deuce have had an uptick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, I just feel like Precious, because Randall didn't just stand there on D. He was an underrated defender against certain guys. He was pretty damn good.
Right.
Like Giannis and like some of the big names, he tended to step up defensively.
Right.
Yeah, but he ain't do what OG did to Giannis the other night.
No, right. So that's where
defensively he did not.
Yeah.
But offensively, Randall always gives Giannis the business.
Yeah. That's where we gotta hope. We gotta hope Precious can do some things defensively.
Hey, Coach, can I speak to can I speak to your offensive point first, though?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So when Randall went down, the Knicks were averaging 110 points a game. And while Randall is out right now, the Knicks are averaging 112 points a game.
I guess we made it up.
Some kind, and it may have come from ball movement. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you never know. With a couple of points, it may be free throw percentage.
I think our pace is up as well.
I think our pace.
Yeah, it may be pace. Yeah, it may be any number. Yeah.
And I think because our defense got a little better too, it created extra opportunities.
Defense leading the offense. You mean transition?
Yeah.
You talking about transition? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Also, turnovers went down up until recently. Excuse me. Turnovers went down up until recently. Like I think we were 13th, and then we started going back down to like 9 or 10.
I was gonna ask you a question, guys. Before going to the playoffs. If you could only have a healthy Randall or a healthy OG, what player would you pick for a playoff run?
Only. Salt on the wound, Dre. You throwing salt on the wound.
I guess we're gonna find out this year.
Like
me
for this particular team, if you had to make a playoff run, you could only have OG or only have Julius with this particular team, which one would you pick?
All right. Okay. So what do the replacements look like?
League average player, league average play and replacement for either
So
one.
right. So if Randall is out, that means Josh Hart is starting, right? So your forwards are Josh Hart and OG Anunoby because that's what the mix is while Randall is out.
See,
Yeah.
I
Right.
disagree with that starting lineup, but it's okay.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm just asking. I didn't say it was the starting lineup. What I'm saying is while
It could be however you want to phrase it. I'm asking you which one would you, however you, whatever the ideal scenario is for either one being out. If you could only have one for this playoff run, like hypothetically speaking, OG was out and it was just Randall back, and Randall was still here, would you take that over the reverse?
yeah, I'm taking Randall.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking Randall over OG Anunoby, and here's why. Now that we figured out that instead of bringing iHeart up to the top of the key and then eliminating him from the play, right? If now we're doing the same thing, Josh Hart is coming up top, and iHeart can find Randall at the rim, cutting to the rim, or vice versa, and you're still getting solid 3-point shooting. I think there is maybe a situation where you could see an offensive explosion by the Knicks, right?
Because
Because
it started happening before he got hurt.
yeah,
Randall and Iheart had a good little.
I'm
I
gonna keep
remember
it.
that. Yeah,
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it
especially
real.
that Sixers. Remember the Sixers game?
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I feel uncomfortable with Josh Hart being my lead defensive wing in the playoffs against these guys. So,
Right.
like in theory,
But
yeah.
but you gotta let us finish you gotta let us finish answering the question though.
Okay.
Yeah, let's finish answering the question, and I promise we'll bring it back to that. Right, but because the flip side is OG Anunoby is in, right? Randall is out, right? So what that means is on nights where Jalen Brunson struggles a little bit, we're depending on Deuce McBride, Josh Hart, Hartenstein, and OG Anunoby and Precious to generate offense.
Exactly.
So what I would say,
I would say we're screwed either way if Brunson has a bad night with Randall or not. Be real with you.
No, not really.
What I would say, based on what we saw early in the season, or not early, but based on what we saw in November, when Brunson had a couple of, you remember the Milwaukee game when he stat padded late, it looked like he had a great game in the box score, but he got like 4 layups when the game was out of control, when the game was already over. So it was like, oh, Jalen Brunson had 26 points. Nah, man, that dude was throwing up bricks all night.
And Randall had to calm him down. Randall had to pull him to the side.
And he started hitting layups and closing. Right.
Freezy.
If you go back and look at the box score will tell you a lot in that case.
Freezy, that's literally 4 different starters compared to now, besides Brunson. Like that entire starting lineup is different besides Brunson.
But the thing is that
back then Grimes was starting. Back then RJ was starting.
But
back then Randall was starting. Back then Mitch was starting. That is completely different. It is different.
Right.
It's just
different. But I thought the premise was if Brunson has an off shooting night.
No.
Because if it's lineup and matchup dependent, then I'll change my answer because the context is different.
I think it's however you want to view it, like a deep playoff run with either or.
I don't think we get a deep playoff run without if that's the case. Now, if you're asking me what does the future look like since Randall won't be here, what I'm saying is in the case of Randall not being here, we need to manufacture a Randall. And that's the reason why I'm saying I'm asking for Hartenstein to step up.
Okay.
I think if we were going to say like manufacture a Randall, I think we need to lean on Bogey a little bit more, in my opinion, personally.
Okay.
Because he's been a 20-point per game scorer in this league and been on playoff teams and has produced for playoff teams while averaging 18, 19, 20. If anyone's on this team that has the capability of plugging in at
and
what
going nuclear.
70% of Randall's,
Yeah,
or just giving you 70% of Randall's production on his own, just off natural talent. It's
right.
him.
Yeah,
So you need
like
to be able to
Bogey
figure
deserves to
out
have
ways to
some
get
set.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like we need to
Bogey
figure out ways to get him 22 minutes a night.
he
Period.
deserves to have some sets run for him to where he gets an open shot.
But the thing with Bogey though, and the 70% of Randall, you can't just give us the 70% of Randall and 0% of what Bogey was already giving us. We have to get what Bogey already gives us plus the addition of the 70% of Randall, what Randall would give us, right? Because we'd be hustling backwards if Bogey just steps in and does the Randall thing. Now you're not getting any real punch that you brought Bogey here for, right?
Well,
So basically, what I'm
if you're
asking is,
getting 70%, if you're getting 70% and what Bogey giving you now, you're getting 23 points per game, 24, 25 points. You're getting Randall. Is
right?
basically
That's
what you're
why.
asking.
That's why when y'all mentioned it, I was like, I can in a perfect world, I think Bogey will get us about 16 a game, right? Coming off the bench, it's a new role, all that stuff. What
That's what
I'd
I asked
like to
for.
do what I'd like
That'd
to
be
do
great.
is but what I'd ask for is Hartenstein giving us a major contribution in the playoffs. It's the thing is generally when dudes are in a walk year, they generally put up their best stats, right? And then in the next man up scenario, generally dudes have something to prove to the league. Like, yo, 4 teams cut me or let me walk away, or 4 teams traded me. I got something to prove. They have this, Cowboy Bob, they have this thing that people call a chip on their shoulder because they want to prove something to somebody. And Hartenstein is in the ideal situation of finally getting his opportunity, being in the walk year, something to prove to outsiders, but also something to prove to the insiders, to the Knicks. Like, yo, I'm a free agent, bro. I'm valuable. I feel as much a part of this team as Josh Hart does. I've been here longer than Josh Hart. I've been here longer than Dante DiVincenzo. Right? People forget about that stuff. I want to be here too. Right? And if that is how he's feeling, I think it's reasonable to ask that man to give us a little bit more. I don't even think it even should be a discussion. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have like this competitive juice flowing in me that says, when somebody try to kick me when I'm down, I'm gonna get up kicking and screaming. Maybe that's just me, or I think in the case of Isaiah Hartenstein, who's been doubted his entire professional career, you get the opportunity to prove all the naysayers wrong. I think it's the perfect opportunity to prove them wrong. Or you can prove them right by thinking you just a career backup that don't need an opportunity.
I agree with you.
I mean, he has it. To me, it's a calm before the storm situation. I just have a feeling like he's shown these last 3 games, like he's been a double-digit scorer.
Okay.
And even in the Bulls win, I mean, we were in control of the game for the most part. I mean, I felt comfortable most of the game.
Right.
But I mean, he was 5 of 5. He had 6 assists that game. I think he had like 2 or 3 blocks. I mean, he's doing. I mean, he's stuffing the stat sheet, man.
Right.
Like lately, like he had that like 9 assist game against the Kings.
Yep.
I mean, this dude is. He's actually average. He's had, except for I think the Bucks game and the first Bulls game here recently, he's actually averaging like 5 assists a game in his last 7 or 8 games.
Hey, coach, seeing that, right? Understanding the stats that you read, do you believe in those stats? Or are those just stat padding? Do you believe in them?
I think that's his ability set to me.
Right. So if you believe in those stats, then why is it not feasible for him to do that or more in the playoffs?
I agree. I'm here's the thing is the thing I'm arguing with you guys, it's not that he's not capable or he should or shouldn't do that. I
Right.
think he should be doing that.
Right.
The point I'm arguing is that it's a conscious thing that he's doing or not doing is what I'm getting at. Like, I don't think he's consciously being soft or not taking chances. I just think he's in this know your role mode. Like, don't go outside of what you're supposed to be doing for us right now.
Right.
But to me, I think he said, "Nah, screw that. I'm getting my money.
Right.
I'm gonna play.
Right.
I'm gonna take these extra shots."
Okay.
Like the dude in the Bucks game. I mean, if we get that guy,
You talking about AJ Green?
no, I mean
Nah, the guy that hit five threes or
the,
something.
the iHeart game against the Bucks he had.
Okay.
He was
Okay.
18 Yeah, he was 18-10 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we get that guy,
Is that not the guy we've been asking for though?
yeah.
That's the guy we've been asking for.
But
Right.
why were those shots? Were those shots just available to him? Or
Brooke Lopez used to be. Brooke Lopez was Defensive Player of the Year one time, bro.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah,
still is top 5 as far as centers.
but,
Because
Yeah.
he was
but
5.
what I'm saying is, was that him taking it?
Or I think Brooke Lopez was Defensive Player of the Year. Wasn't Brooke Lopez?
I know last year he was top 5 for the voting. He
Okay.
was third in contested shots behind Claxton and Giannis, I think. No, not Giannis, Jokic.
But the thing is, my question is, was that him? Because even like the Thunder game, he was 6. I mean, this guy's been, when he takes more shots, he still makes them at a high clip.
Right.
He's actually maybe someone poked him in the chest after the Spurs game and woke his butt up. I don't know, but since then he's only missed 3 shots.
Bro, since that time he's only missed 3 shots, bro. That's crazy, right?
Shots, yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. When I ask, I'm like, yo, if the dude is shooting 84% since a certain time, bro, since April started, why is it unreasonable to ask him to keep shooting? That's when you should keep shooting when you're making, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At least 50% of your shots are being made. You should be shooting more because that means you're gonna eventually, their defense is gonna change and they're gonna start attacking you more, and you open up the floor for Brunson. So for everybody that says, "Hey, we want more from Brunson," that's how you get more. iHeart, you step up and help out. You do that, we're all gonna get our offense back. We're gonna get the rebounding back. But like I said again, where's this guy at that did those games, the 10 and 12, 18 and 20 rebound games? Like, where is that? That's I'm gonna keep bringing that up because that's my main point. If he was that good then, what has changed to make him the way he is now? You say injuries, cool, but at
Why
the
do you
same
why
time,
do you think guys get 18 rebounds every night, man? It's not easy. Like,
I know it's not easy, but he was doing this for like a month or two stretch of getting like at least 12 rebounds. One game he'll get 18, next
Yeah,
game it's
well, a
15.
lot of elite big men have stretches where they have more than they normally do.
he's still getting you damn near
Yeah.
10. So I really can't complain about the rebounding aspect when we're already the best rebounding
Would you
team in the league.
consider Patrick Ewing a great rebounder?
Yeah. I think Patrick Ewing is the Nick GOAT for me.
Okay,
So
well, he averaged like 9.9, 9.8 for his career, technically.
But also I just got a quick
He's had
quick
seasons where he
question.
averaged 13.
I
and 12.
hold on, Bob. Like, I'd complain about the rebound thing. Like, if we were a middle of the pack team as far as rebounding, but we're already like the best rebounding team.
But this is the catch, Dre. That when he was
There's
getting those 20 rebounds, majority of them were offensive rebounds as opposed to now. He's getting a lot more defensive rebounds now than he was earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember early in the season when he was getting those high rebounds, 8 to 9 of them were offensive rebounds. That's what I want to see more as far as rebounding. That's why I also say rebounding a lot. If he was good then with the 20 rebounds, he's not getting as many offensive rebounds now. And that's another thing he can do. Him getting those
You got
offensive rebounds and
hold
putbacks. Go
on,
ahead.
hold on. Like you got to remember, Josh Hart wasn't playing the minutes
Yeah,
that
he
he's
wasn't
playing
playing as
now.
much, and neither was Precious.
Like
Right.
But that's the thing. Okay, so you replace. So basically, what
if
we're doing is you
if
replace Precious
those
for Josh Hart. That's basically what we're doing. You replace
no
Precious for
no
Josh
no no
Hart.
no 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 no.
No, I'm talking about as far as the minutes and the time when he was doing that. What I'm simply saying is you're still the same player. Whoever's on the court, you still should be producing what you've
They
been
was
producing.
extremely short-handed in February.
Here's the thing though. Like
Multiple guys played 39 minutes a night in February. Precious Yeshua
uh,
played 39.9 minutes a night in February.
like
Yeah.
like Josh Hart was averaging 5 rebounds for the season until the injuries came, and then he had an uptick of like 10,
Yeah.
11
Now
rebounds
he's
per
averaging
night.
8.2 for the year.
So when we're talking about like guys getting a ton of rebounds, if he's playing alongside a rebounding guard that's averaging 10 rebounds, how was Hartenstein going to get a 15, 16 if he's playing against?
I understand what Cowboy Bob is mentioning. There were a couple of games where Precious and iHeart had like
Yeah,
13,
15.
14
Yeah.
rebounds. Yeah. But
Mm-hmm.
you don't get that. You don't that's so random
You
though.
gotta
That's so
gotta remember
rare.
he had the Achilles shortly after. Then his minutes got chopped in half. Well, not
Yeah.
chopped in half, but minutes got chopped
And
down. And this is the first time he's playing like 30. Remember those nights he was getting all those rebounds. He was playing 36 minutes until
and we're a
36,
lot better
40 minutes.
shooting team than back when Mitch was playing, when we were chucking bricks. So there was a lot more
With
opportunities for offensive boards back then.
RJ throwing up bricks.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got to take it into account. Like
We make more
you
shots.
can't. He was averaging a ton of minutes, and he had the Achilles tendon up half. Remember, iHeart was playing 38, 40 minutes in those games that he was getting those rebounds, and then we cut his minutes down to like 25 a night. You
Mm-hmm.
can't get 15, 16 rebounds in 25 minutes unless you're
No,
Andre Drummond.
I agree with you on that. But what I'm also saying is his offensive rebounds, have they gone down? Because I haven't seen him attacking the offensive boards. And you say, oh, he did that with
I
Precious
think
and
I think
Hart.
I think I think it's at the same rate. It's just he's playing less minutes, so it doesn't seem as
I
drastic.
think for me, the reason why, okay, I think Josh Hart, I mean, not Josh Hart, I Hart can produce exactly a double double, whether he's playing 20 or 30 minutes, because I
That's
can
not realistic. That's
as a
full time.
facilitator in the past, I could see him getting down to the rack and actually doing rebounding and getting those second chance opportunities. That's all I'm asking him to do within a 20-minute span is to just give me a double double for me. And if he does that, I'm okay with that because he's done it in the 30-minute period. Like you said, he was getting those 20, those high numbers. If
If
he
you
can do
look
that
at
in the
Hold on,
30 minutes,
no disrespect. No disrespect. The goal you give in that player is the goal you give the backup, right? The backup player is the one you like, hey, bro, all we got for you tonight is 16 minutes, and I expect 10 rebounds and 10 points.
that's
Yeah,
not realistic.
because the thing is with the starter, you have to play within the flow of the game. If it's a fast-paced game, everybody missing shots and all that stuff is up and down, brick, then of course, that man might get you 18 rebounds. But if it's one of those games against the Celtics where every possession matters and there are going to be rare misses, like the Celtics are going to shoot, the Celtics are going to take 90 shots and they're going to hit 45 of them. They're going to rebound say 10 of those, and the Knicks are going to get the 35 misses, right? So now you're talking about an 8-man rotation dividing up 35 rebounds. It's unrealistic to think somebody is going to get 17 out of that. You know what I'm saying? I know the math is off. New Jersey public
And
schools. I'm sorry.
that it's not even counting the minutes you're not even on the court.
Right? Yeah. It's they're going to take 90 shots. They're going to miss half of them. That's 45. They're going to get 10 offensive rebounds. So the other 35 defensive rebounds is going to be divided up by the 8 players that play for the opposite team. And to think out of that 35, that one person is going to get 17. So 7 other players are only going to get 17 rebounds.
Nah.
And if
That's
you
why I
don't do
said
it,
I
bro,
no. That's why I said I
hold
expect him with the 20 minutes to give me a double. I'm not
that's
expecting him to do the
nobody
30 or the
averages a
20
double
rebounds.
double, but Kawhi, nobody averages a double double in 20 minutes. Nobody does.
Right.
Nobody does.
Right.
I-
With your in 20 minutes, you probably get a guy that's going to give you 8 and 4.
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah,
If you look at Hartenstein's minutes on like a per 36, he's giving you a double double per 36.
oh, geez, Dre done
Per
ruined the
36 is a
conversation.
terrible. It's a terrible stat. I hate per 36. I personally hate this stat.
Coach, he put up per 36. Yo, I think
personally hate it.
everybody hates per 36. And even if you're on the side of the person talking, when you hit per 36, you're like, oh damn.
Here we go.
But I had
You're
to.
really
I had
desperate to
I
make
had
a point now.
I just have to break it down in the most simplistic way by using per 36 to, like, I guess what an average NBA starter would play 36 minutes. I guess
Right.
if you
Right.
were to put it in that view, when Armstead was playing 36 minutes, before he got hurt, he was getting 12, 13 rebounds and
Yeah.
10, 11 points. So
Yeah.
and then we
Yeah.
had to cut his minutes short because we had to make sure he survived the season.
So why
And
do
when
y'all
you
like
got guys
Hartenstein?
playing
So why do
25
y'all like
minutes,
Hartenstein so much?
he makes Brunson's job easier.
I just think he makes the team better. He's a glue guy. Great
I-
attitude. He hustles.
Right.
For him,
He's got a high basketball IQ. I just think he makes the team. He makes everyone around him better.
I like him because he stepped into this situation and took control of it. I just want him to be consistent.
He just does all the little things.
He's a team guy. He know how to.
Yep.
He know how to play the game
And
the
that's
right way.
perfect, because then even if you look at how he is with these guys, with Josh Hart, Dante, all of them are laughing, all of them are joking, all of them are communicating on the court, all of them they're pretty cool core, and that's rare to have it with the team, because that's what you really needed with a championship team. You can win a championship and nobody talk to one another, but to have a real good team, you guys have to have some type of relationship. And with these 5 guys, like, they're all looking
Burgers
like
and
they are
fries.
good friends. OG Hart, like, OG, I Hart, Josh
What's
Hart,
a joke? He said
Brunson.
5 guys. I said burgers and fries. He didn't get it. Cowboy Bob is not here. That's why he didn't get it. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm in Colombia.
let me
Nah,
put it to you guys.
it's a burger joint called
What do you
Yeah.
guys feel? I want to put mine out there, then I'll let you guys.
Hey, can I answer this thing? Can I answer my own question first before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I like Isaiah Hartenstein so much is because he is prickly. Right? That's it, bro.
Pause.
He's a
That's it. I
cactus.
don't care nothing about his heritage. I don't care about the fact that he could jump pretty high for a 7-footer. I don't care about the fact that he's in excellent shape. Yo, I don't care about the Greek tattoo on his arm, even though it's fire. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about him being bright skinned. I love the fact that when the ball went out of bounds against Chicago off of Hartenstein, he looked at DeMar DeRozan and was like, you know that shit went off you. And then he went to Tom Thibodeau and was like, no, challenge it. Little stuff like, well, you remember in the playoffs last year when Bam elbowed Randall in the eye and Quentin Grimes backed all the way up to half court? But Isaiah Hartenstein was standing next to Bam and he's like, yo, I'm just standing here just in case something pop off. If something pop off, bro, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I just like little stuff like you need, bro. A team needs stuff like that, bro, because before Hartenstein, we used to joke that you couldn't make the Knicks roster unless your name came out the Bible, right? If you
calling that man Drax the Destroyer.
Right. I'm just here in case, bro. Don't no sudden moves, bro. I'm here in case something jump. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I mean, think about it. When we were like, remember when we used to joke about Obadiah and Emmanuel and all the Bible names.
Isaiah.
Yeah. We was like, the team can't win because there's a bunch of saints out here. Teams just push us over. And then Isaiah, ironically, which is in the Bible, comes and he is like the anti of that, right? He's the dude where when a whole bunch of bodies hit the floor, he just rush and push people out of the way to go help Dante up. You get out of the way, Dante, you straight. And if Dante says anything out the way, it's gonna be a tussle.
He's a teammate's teammate.
If Dante DiVincenzo said he pushed me, Isaiah Hartenstein going off, bro.
Yep, he gonna go right free will on him.
Yeah,
these little
things, like these little things that the Knicks hadn't had here in a while, right? Like the guy, like
he's a wingman,
right? Yeah, think about a center with a floater. When's the last time the Knicks had a center with a floater? Right?
Maybe.
When's the last time? Bro,
Kylo Quinn?
Kylo Quinn, maybe? Bro, when's the last time we had a center that can actually run to a spot and catch the ball while he's running there?
Ennis Cantor?
Canby?
Yeah.
All Ennis Cantor wanted to
maybe
do
Amari?
score nothing
maybe.
Else.
Bro, and Coach, I know I tell you this story all the time, but it's fun to see your face when I tell it, bro. Yo, we were legit in a suite in Atlanta, Georgia at State Farm Arena, and Randall was quadruple teamed in the paint, and Nerlens Noel was wide open in the corner for three.
Stone hands.
And Randall passed him the ball, and the ball hit this dude in the nuts on the way out of bounds, bro. Bro, you're like, yo, Randall was there. First of all,
no hands,
Noel spotted up in the corner for three.
Spacing.
Oh my, yeah, he's definitely from outer space. He's definitely from some space, right? I mean, bro, Randall had to pass about 20-something feet to that guy. The dude had a 20-foot head start on a lob pass to him, and the ball hit him in the nuts going out of bounds, bro. And now we have a center that can actually walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, bro. That's the reason why I defend Hartenstein all the time, bro. You know what I'm saying? And so I know it seemed like I'm bashing Hartenstein. I'm not. It's just the ones that are Hartenstein sensitive, anytime they hear like anything Hartenstein related, they assume all of it is bad. Right? Nah, bro. It's just, yo, he a pretty good player. Let's just get some more out of him. That's it. He got something to prove. Why not prove it? This is your perfect opportunity to prove it. Four teams walked you out of their facility, bro.
Bum 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 bum.
Yeah.
This is Eminem.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, moms are sweaty. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Is it Cowboy Bob, is it not the perfect opportunity?
Yes.
Yeah,
especially with injuries, you should be like just dogging everybody, making your money because you got the spotlight on you. Basically, you are the guy we are relying on, and we need you to step up.
The key to the Knicks' success in this playoffs right now, and obviously this is going to be matchup specific, I guess, but I think that OG Anunoby can't be the 4 for us.
No.
I think we're a tougher out and we're a better team with OG at the 3 and Precious playing the 4.
I knew it.
And
I knew it.
And Josh Hart coming off the bench.
Josh Hart coming off the bench. I knew it.
Well, I got a question about that, Coach. Why do you think? Well, but why though? If Josh Hart, okay, because I've noticed, like I said previously to this show, and I've said it earlier. I found out from listening to another Knicks Nation show. Shout out Knicks Nation. They were saying that Josh Hart is 19% when it comes to rebounding. There's 10 guys on the court. That means everybody as an average rebounder is 10%. He's giving you 19% off of rebounding. Him alone. Why would you take that off? Plus, he also facilitates and can create offense for others.
I think it's
why would you
matchup
take that off and
I
put
think
pressure?
I think it's matchup dependent. Like if we're playing the Orlando Magic, you can't have 6'4" Josh Hart trying to do something with all them 6'10" players out there.
Even he doesn't want to do that.
I think it's simpler than that too. I think that the rebound thing is an assumption based off of the assumption that a team is gonna miss, right? But when you put put Josh Hart on Paolo Banchero,
Oh
can
God.
you assume that Paolo is gonna miss a 7-footer being guarded by Josh Hart?
No, that's when I would use pressures.
No, it's
Man,
one of the
Freezy,
things.
I can't even assume a 6'6" guy's gonna miss. We saw what
I
DeRozan did to that
was
man.
gonna say Tatum and Brown. I was gonna say Tatum and Brown, but that's not fair.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's yeah.
we just saw what it looks like when OG gets in foul trouble and we ask Josh Hart to guard somebody.
To
And
guard,
that man dropped 20 on him in that third quarter.
on DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan dropped 20 so fast, bro. It was like watching a puppy play in the street, bro. You like, oh no, I don't want to see this. You know what I'm saying?
DeMar was one for 6
Hart
on OG.
gets most of his rebounds when we have that little mix of some of the second unit guys in there. Then he becomes more important with the rebounding. His rebounding isn't as needed with the first unit because our offense flows a little better, and I think we're more efficient, with our starters. So his need for rebounds, I feel, is a little less needed with the first unit.
Right.
And to me, with him and Deuce and Mitch and Bogey running around with the second unit, with whoever's staying from the first unit, maybe OG sometimes Dante, sometimes Brunson, whatever. that to me is better than I don't know why. I just Pressure showed me enough this year that he's going to be a lot more important to us defensively in the playoffs. Like we need him to cover some fours for us,
Right?
Because the teams we're going to be playing, we got some long threes.
Right.
We're going against that. OG's going to have to cover,
and we're going to need Precious. Well, first of all, the Josh Hart rebounding thing is a thing that's overstated. Josh Hart gets long rebounds out of area, right?
Yeah.
What that means is if a big man misses a jump hook from 2 feet, Josh Hart ain't getting that rebound, bro. Josh Hart's getting rebounds off of mid-range jumpers and 3-pointers.
Yeah, like Josh Hart's like a midget Dennis Rodman. Like Dennis Rodman, if he was only a under the rim rebounder, he'd be like a 10 a game rebounder.
Yeah.
But Rodman also got those 6 or 7 a game that he ran around and got like Josh Hart gets.
Yeah. Those long rebounds where but
the hustle rebound.
Yeah, and the hustle rebounds, right? But the other thing though too that I wanted to mention is Josh Hart is a valuable piece to the team. I'm not going to diminish his contribution, right?
Yeah, Dre.
But there is going to come a time where the chickens come home to roost, right? There's going to come a time in a game 5, a game 6, where we're facing a Tatum and Brown combo, a Maxey and Embiid combo with Tobias Harris and Kelly Oubre. There's gonna come a time where Indiana is gonna have 5 people on the floor 6'5" or taller, and Josh Hart is 6'4", and yes, he's strong, but their strength can only take you so far when dudes have a clear height advantage.
I was gonna say, like, you can't throw hustle at every equation.
Right. Like you can't even throw Dre, you can't even trust Josh Hart guarding Obi Toppin, bro. and no disrespect to Josh Hart, but think about it. Think about this. Which play is taller? Obi. Which play is more athletic and jumps higher?
Obi.
Right? So you can't even ask Josh Hart to out rebound Obi Toppin, bro.
Yeah,
and if keeping it real, sometimes Josh Hart spaces out looking for rebounds, leaving shooters.
like he did against Miami. That when we were down by 1 and he let the twin what's the twin name with the cornrows?
Caleb Martin.
Yeah, when he left Caleb Martin wide open for 3, I was like, yeah, the series is over. As soon as he looked at Caleb Martin in the eyes and went towards the rim, I was like, you can't make those type plays in the playoffs, bro. In the playoffs, you have to contest. You can't give away anything in the playoffs, bro, because one possession can kill you, right? It's one of those things, bro. You just got to be aware, like the playoff. And I'm not knocking Josh Hart because last year was his first playoff appearance, right? It was his first. But it's like watching Josh Hart is like watching Jameis Winston. Dre, you remember Jameis Winston?
Yeah.
Dude would throw for like 380 yards and 4 interceptions.
At 30 touchdowns. 30.
Yeah. He'd throw for 4 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and think it's a Hall of Fame performance, bro. Like Jameis, you do know you got sacked 4 times, fumbled once, and threw 4 interceptions, right?
It's one of those things where it's.
But
like,
we won though.
It's one of those things where like you can see Josh Hart actually has the talent and the things that he does do is valuable. But when you get the worst version of him, like a bad Josh Hart, it's very rough on the eyes. It's similar. It's similar to like RJ. When you get a bad version of RJ, it's not good to watch. It's just
Coach,
not.
do you remember Jameis?
Don't even go there.
I'm asking, bro. I'm just asking.
He didn't get that LASIK surgery on his eyes. That was part of.
They got LASIK for decision making. I didn't know that.
Threw for over 4,000 yards.
They must have lasered his brain.
Yeah, he needed that third eye LASIK.
They probably put like that computer in his eye with the LASIK to where he could imagine like he's playing Madden.
Oh my god!
The way he sees the screen and he's like, "Gotcha."
It's like,
yeah, man. But so I'm gonna wrap up, man, and get out of here so I can get ready to start the morning. But what I do want to say, since I have 3 football fans on the screen at the same time, y'all teams are gonna suck this year, and the Bears are getting Caleb Williams.
Here we go.
You ain't even want him.
Yeah, man.
You right about my Giants.
Phones and pink fingernails ready.
You right about my Giants because we got rid of our running back. So
that man Freezy ain't even want him for real.
Nah, bro. I want the draft picks, bro. You know me.
Yeah, Justin Fields, who he actually low key had a pretty good season last year.
Bro, that man missed so many open receivers. Bro, I watched every Bears game, bro. Every play, there's like 3 dudes running wide open, and he feel a little bit of pressure and take off. Bro, bro.
Lamar did that too when he first got in the league.
Freezy wants that Herschel Walker trade. That's what he wants.
Yep, I want the Jets to give us Quinn Williams and Sauce and whoever number 17 is. And 4 first round.
You guys heard it here. I'm not a fan, but I root for them. The Jets are going to be
I can't hear anybody.
The Jets are going to make the playoffs.
Man, the Jets going to whack off. The Jets going to whack off.
If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy all year, they're going to make the playoffs.
Freezy, that division got weak. The division got very weak.
The division was already weak, bro. Y'all just didn't know it.
It got weaker.
The division was already weak. Y'all didn't know it.
It had 2 playoff teams last year.
Yeah, the AFC was down, but I can't even. Who challenged Kansas City?
The AFC was down. Freezy. You do realize the AFC is the better conference by like a wider margin. You could go down the list. Rattle the top 7 quarterbacks from each conference right now.
What I would say,
we said best
my Giants are done. So
before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's remember that the Eagles are good, the Cowboys are good, the Lions are good, the Packers are good, the 49ers are good. Yeah,
that's fine.
In the AFC, it's a bunch of teams that think they're good. It's Baltimore and Kansas City.
I mean, AFC's top heavy for sure.
Yeah, they're Betty Boop, bro.
Houston is going to be good.
Yeah.
What you mean? Yeah.
You believe in Will Levis?
No, Houston, not Tennessee.
Not the Oilers.
Oh, my God.
The Texans, not the Oilers.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I don't think CJ Stroud's as good as they make him out to be.
The Bengals are going to be back. That boy was hurt.
Back.
They gotta assault
Joe
their
Burrow
offensive
was hurt.
line.
Remember,
Their
he had the
defense
calf, then
is
he got hurt.
trash.
Their offensive line is horrendous.
It's always bad, but they still make the playoffs.
But their defense is horrible.
Yeah,
It's not horrible. It's solid. It's decent.
I think so. The Bears are going to make the playoffs, man. The Bears will be a wild card team, and they'll scare somebody. And the reason why I say that is because the Bears defense, in the second half of the season was a top 3 defense and number 1 in turnovers. And if we just build off of that, when June 1 cuts come, when the Jets and Giants and them start cutting players to get under the cap and start making moves, we just gonna scoop dudes up, bro. When the Jets cut that corner, they got number 1 in a June 1 cut. We're gonna sign him to like a 10-year deal. We're gonna roll our way to the playoffs.
Yeah, no, this is for. I'm not just saying this because we're New York peeps more, around here. But if you look at the Jets, okay, do you think Aaron Rodgers was worth about 4 wins for them last year?
Yeah, we won 7 games with trash at quarterback.
Yeah, teams were tanking too, bro.
No. Well, we won those games when the season was still the season. We just fell out of it at the end. But,
there was at least 4 or 5 games that if Aaron
if you had average quarterback play, we win like 11 games.
Because
literally average.
To be honest with you, as far as young talent goes, the Jets are set.
Their defense is going to be a problem.
Yeah, right.
First off, the defense is going to be a problem just because we're not dealing with a terrible offense. We were like 3rd in defense total.
Hall at running back. They got Garrett Wilson. You got 3 or 4 pretty good young O linemen. I mean, they're set up.
The trash though.
They're set up pretty good.
And they're gonna draft a receiver.
I like their DBs. I think the best part of their team is the defensive backfield.
Quincy and Quentin Williams are very good.
Yeah.
Actually both of them made All Pro.
Right.
Both brothers.
Yeah, the Bears are gonna draft Caleb, and then I have a feeling somebody is gonna slide in the draft. I don't know if it's Brock Bowers, Marvin Harrison, or Rome Odunze, but whoever drops to 9, the Bears are gonna, take advantage of that.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Bears got the number 9 pick too.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I don't.
And
go anywhere with
Keenan
that.
Allen and DJ Moore and Gerald Everett. Yeah, man.
You could go anywhere with that. I mean, you could take O-line.
I mean, you need everything, so you can't go wrong.
Well, the offense was a work in progress, man.
They kind of don't need another wide receiver if you're looking at their wide receiver.
Yeah, we're gonna take one anyway. We're gonna take Rome Odunze, bro. We pick right in front of the Jets. We're gonna take Rome Odunze and let the Jets draft Bowers, and
the Bears are gonna reach and draft Xavier Worthy. Too early.
No lie. So here's the thing. We know our general manager is bad at drafting receivers, right? That's why everybody in Chicago is telling him at 9, just draft one of the top 3 receivers, bro. It don't matter. Don't try to get cute. Don't I found a dude from a small school. He's got a big hand. No, bro. Don't play with it, bro. Stupid. Yeah, you know how GMs get. They're like, we found this lineman from a D3 school, man. He's 6'8". No, just draft Rome Odunze.
Just take the blue chipper.
Yeah, come on, bro. What do you have?
Hey guys, I'll see y'all later. I gotta run, but go New York, New York, go.
Yeah, man.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, good morning. Sorry.
Hey, thank y'all for watching. Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Yeah, man.